Good morning and welcome to Kowloon Cricket Club for day 2 of this, the Cricket Hong Kong 2-day Premier League match. It is Kowloon Cricket Club versus Hong Kong Cricket Club. It's the Fincher Shield, the Teddy Fincher Shield, the 43rd year of this being played at Kowloon Cricket Club. But it's not the 43rd year. These two teams have been playing against each other for 2 days. It goes all the way back to 1946 with the Hancock Shield. But today, we're going to award the Fincher Shield, the Teddy Fincher Shield, a stalwart of Kowloon Cricket Club, where he helped rebuild the club after the war. Now we're going to do a recap of how yesterday's game went and what we are expecting today. So we're going to walk over here, and we have KCC legend that is Asfal Haider. Good morning, Asfal.
Good morning, good morning.
Now yesterday, I've got the card up here, Anchaman Rath got a nice 52. How did you see the day go in the morning?
Well, it was really a good start for HKCC, but again, as I said always, red ball cricket, in the mind, long format, because you play the time, and I think KCC they were lucky to get early wickets, and then they put a hold on them, didn't get them enough basically to play with. Ball was seaming around. That's a red ball, always doing something. With the new ball, he's always seam or swing. When he's get old, he's gonna reverse. And same thing happened with in second inning with KCC. They had a decent start, safe start, but then again, the bowlers, they bowl very well, especially Shukla. He was bowling in right area. He was hitting the deck really hard. He was getting a little bit off the deck. So that's the good thing with the long format cricket, 2-day cricket, where you have a chance to come back always, even though HKCC scored only 150, and it looked like might be a inning defeat to them when you look at the startup, because KCC wicket get better when you play more on it, but it was 6 wickets, 101. The match is very even now, so it's up to HKCC now if they really want to get back in the game, or to KCC if they want to take at least 20-30 runs lead, and then they get opposition out again. So I think it'll be a very, very interesting game to be part of it. Bowlers, I think they always dominate in long format because they have no limit, and batsmen always think about the time because it's a 2-day game, so many overs, they don't really play their shots, and they're not used to it. They play if you play only one game in a year with red ball cricket, I think they're always going to struggle, and that's the only time bowler have a hold on the game. Otherwise the whole year they get hit from those guys.
So today we've got more overcast conditions. The pitch hasn't dried out. I had a chat earlier, Luke Jones, he's not expecting it to spin, which was what the teams were hoping for today to get through the extra 24 wickets. How do you see today panning out?
Well, to be very honest with you, in this format, I played 16 years, been watching this for 23 years now. Hardly spinner dominate in KCC or HKCC. It's always because of the time of the year we play the game. The weather is so good always help the seamer to seam the ball. And spinners, we don't really have that kind of spinner, who's gonna grip the ball. Yes, there are leg spinner in both sides, which is always the match-winning bowlers. But I think the seamer is gonna dominate the whole day, even today, because the wickets was fresh wicket to start with, and it's only second day. So with this weather, it's not gonna break. It's not gonna do any major change in it.
So do you think we'll get through 24 wickets today, or is it going to be a first innings victory to one side?
I think it's going to be this proper result of the game, full game.
So we're in for a very big game today. 24 wickets to fall. KCC currently 51 runs behind. If it doesn't go the full distance, KCC will need to get 52 runs and they will retain the Fincher Shield. Otherwise, if it goes all the way, we are going to see lots of action today. We're 5 minutes away from game time. The umpires are just behind us getting ready with the scorers. We'll be back with all the live action very shortly. Yes, good morning and welcome to Kowloon Cricket Club. Aaron Bush in commentary. Good little intro there with Mr. Hyder. And we're about to get underway day 2 of this Cricket Hong Kong 2-day Premier League game between KCC and HKCC. KCC ending the day on 101 for 6, and that was a wicket at the end, so new batter come out to the middle. Looks like, is it Wakas Barkat out there in the middle? It should be Danielle Bukhari. We just got Barkat on the screen, but it will be Bukhari and Atiq Iqbal at the non-strikers, and Ayush Shukla's got ball in hand. Ayush yesterday taking 4 for 36. Had a look at the pitch today. It's going to seam around again with this red ball, and he will be getting play underway from the bowling green end. Looks like we're ready to go. Around the wicket. And just leaves it watchful for the first delivery. And we had a chat before the game with KCC stalwart Afzal Hyder. He's in commentary this morning as well. Good morning again to you.
Good morning, good morning.
And also joining us from HKCC, it is Rory Keynes. He joined us yesterday and he's joining us again today. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks, Bushy. Good to be here. Exciting morning ahead.
Ball 2. Second, at the end of the over it will be. Again, just sliding past off stump to end the 29th over. KCC Premier still 101 for 6, 51 runs behind. Remembering, if we don't get through 24 wickets today, the first innings will decide the Teddy Fincher Shield.
It was a similar start we had yesterday, Ayush. Still in a very good rhythm, running very nice and straight. Ball is carrying through the wicketkeeper. I think he's one of the best bowler we have in Hong Kong at the moment, with very good rhythm, nice action, good run up, a lot of energy. He's getting a bit more stronger with the, of course, with the time and age and playing more cricket.
Yeah, yesterday we had head coach Simon Willis in commentary. Describes him as a pup, still a young pup learning, and he's this good already. Adil Mahmood will start from the members' end today. Overcast conditions, a bit heavier than yesterday, so ball movement is very likely. And Atiq Iqbal on strike, currently in Sunday League, is in form with the bat, an all-rounder. Had a 60, a 67, a 70, and we won't mention the one where he got run out. He got 1 run. I believe Charlie Walsh is taking the responsibility for that one, ruining what would have been a 80-odd average. And Dill in again. Just puts the bat away there, Atiq.
That's a beautiful line. Shot of length. I think when you 6 down, you have to make the batsman play more, but maybe the body is still not warmed up for Adil. Very good experience of this game. He has taken 10 for KCC against HKCC a few years ago, before moving to HKCC.
Mahmood to Iqbal, inside to the mid-on, no run. We're still at the end of the day. Starting with dot balls today. Getting good bat on the ball there, Atiq.
I think you need to pitch the ball a bit more up, make the batsman play the game on the front foot. Especially with red ball, that's the ideal for a new day. It doesn't matter it's a second day, but it's a new day, first over.
4 dots to start with. And make that 5.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think Adil's just settling in. Maybe takes him a little while to get warm this morning, but thought it was very interesting yesterday. We spent a lot of time talking about how the pitch was going to break up, and actually the vast majority of overs were bowled by the front line seamers, and then HKCC have come out again this morning and gone straight back to that tactic.
Final delivery of the over. Bat on ball. Still can't beat that infield, so that will be a maiden to Adil Mahmood. 30 overs done, I should say, in KCC, still 51 runs behind. Yeah, Rory, I was going to ask, how did HKCC feel after yesterday? Did they feel like they were in front, or it was an equal match?
I think right in the balance, but when you take those 2 wickets in the last 2 overs of the day, it did sort of really buoy the troops through. And yeah, look, it's a testament to how much they sort of stuck at it. I think it summarises the whole day, really. It really seesawed back and forth throughout the day, and I guess the beauty of the longer form. But no, the guys definitely pumped coming into this morning. Really feeling it's right in the balance, probably a 50-50.
See the partnerships on the screen there. Really, just the 3, all with Sonny. Nice 42-run partnership, mostly from Jamie Atkinson's bat. He scored a 30. The ball seaming around, we saw plenty of wickets fall to the keeper or slip cordon. Ayush into his 13th over now. Cannot complain about figures of 4 for 36. Bit like in the KCC innings, went for stick in an over or 2, but the rest were just maidens. And we saw a lot of that yesterday, and we've seen it to start today. Has to get bat on ball there, Daniel Bakari.
Yeah. Still no run this morning. Very tight start from the HKCC bowlers. I think they're going to need to be. Only got 51 runs to play with here in that first innings.
I think it's just a matter of going through a first 30-40 minutes.
That's what we were told last night. The first 45 will be fireworks. Either way, aiming in at that off stump. Halfway through this over, all dots. See Daniel put the front foot, protect that off stump.
Daniel Bukhari is a very experienced batsman, and he used to be a top order, playing in the middle order for KCC. It's the second season he is in Kowloon Cricket Club.
Fun fact, we have the same birthday.
Wow.
Yeah. We both had a birthday last weekend.
Congratulations.
Yeah. More for him. He's out there in the middle and I'm just here talking. And Yush is bowling to Daniel Bakari. And he keeps honing in on that off stump. Daniel must know where it is because might clip the top. We saw that a bit yesterday as well.
Well, I saw you have a beautiful gift on your birthday, the complete grey nickel kit.
Ah, yeah. It's a very nice grey nickels double scoop. Where did I ever find that in Hong Kong, I wonder? If it wasn't down Afzal Haider's Montgomery Sports. It was a good day. It was a good day for you, really. I was just buying everything. Ayush, end of the over. Last delivery. That one leaves it wide. Another maiden in the books. No movement on the scorecard yet for KCC. They remain 51 runs behind. 101 for 6.
You're just seeing both sides feeling each other out a little bit here. Neither one wanting to sort of slip up or give away any early advantage. I mean, I think when you look at who's come to bat with KCC, there's plenty of batting there, isn't there? You know, all guys I've seen score meaningful runs, and unfortunately been on the wrong end of a few times. But yeah, plenty of batting to come there from the KCC lower order.
I was talking to them on last night actually after the game, and like we were joking around. They just each need to make 10 runs, and then they get the first innings. I mean, it sounds simple, obviously, but that must be the sort of the game. And no, Teague's out there. He's scoring runs this year. Adil Mahmood will continue from the pavilion end. Get too wide there from Adil.
But the difference is a normal club cricket in this match because they don't play red ball at all in a whole season with the white uniform on. Second thing, the red ball always keep on seeming doing something, which white ball after 7-8 overs, batsmen have control, and in small grounds in Hong Kong they can do whatever they want.
Has to go to it's up. Ooh. Misses, just finds the gap. Nobody in close on the offside.
That's the first run of the day.
Not sure Atik will be wanting to go back and watch the replay, but he gets the run on the board. Well, speaking of the red ball, shines up, and you could see Jay Davidson yesterday. He was designated ball shiner, and then Ants went and put one into the playground, and they brought out what he felt like was on a brand new ball, and wasn't very happy about it. It's something to remember. Don't hit it too far. Go big, just not too big. You want to keep the ball a little bit older. Daniel Bakari on strike now. Left-right combination. Guides it, gets it through. Be more runs. Shiv now. Oh, that's a great throw. See, yesterday Shiv's been moved to point where usually we see Luke Jones. And Luke's gone into gully most of the day, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, both great fielders. It's an area of Shiv's game that has really come on, not just over the last year or so, but particularly this season. A lot more mobile, a lot more athletic. Continues to play an enormous amount of cricket from weekend to weekend. But yeah, the two of them really shine out there.
2 runs so far. It's gone past the bat. Atik moved his foot to the left and dabbed the bat at it, but missed everything.
He was in between going on a front foot or back foot, so that's what's going to happen. As a bowler, you have always different mindset. Yes, you score runs in the league, in the Division 2, which is slightly easier with white ball cricket. It's a different ball game there. Especially against Adil Mahmood, is very experienced bowler, been playing so many years in Hong Kong, still very fit.
2 balls remaining. Almost decides, he was looking like he was going to try to guide that over the top of gully or slip, but thought wisely of it and pulled away. See the replay there.
I think they're a bit too short to start with.
Yeah, I think
They need to make the batsmen play the ball, especially number 7, 8 are on the crease. They should be making sure that they're playing more balls, having one more slip, maybe putting more pressure on them rather than hoping to get the wicket. They need to create the environment and scenario where they can get one.
Has a big slash at that one. That went over the top of middle stump. And that is a dot ball to end. 2 runs coming from the 32nd. That means the runs required for first innings victory is under 50. 49 left for KCC. I say victory, that's only if the game doesn't go to the full extent, which we said in the pre-show there. You're expecting
most of the time result, yes, in this month, especially in KCC, because HKCC, KCC, they doesn't really matter whatever happened. The seamer always controls the game. If you're playing on missioner, it's a different story. Spinners get more wickets. But KCC, HKCC, maybe the nature of the soil we have, or maybe the fresh wicket we use, the wickets are still soft. They don't really give you that much grip for the spinners.
Well, I'm all in for it. That means 24 wickets today. Ayush Shukla continues. Daniel Bakari gets bat on ball this time, as it was actually aimed right at that off stump.
Yeah, I think you saw what you were saying there as our last ball of the over. Pitched up a touch, play and missed. It's right in the balance. I think at the same time, they just do not want to give away any runs. If they can just hit an area, might not be quite too aggressive, but when you've got a field like this, you do only need to lean on the ball, and it can go through the covers for 4. I think that'll be in the back of their mind.
Around the wicket again. Ayush pushed out to cover, but will be fielded. Another dot.
Because especially when you're batting on this number, you don't really have so much patience. And if you're getting the ball in front of you, of course, as a bowler, you're going to go for. And this is the red ball, you're going to be seaming, doing something, so you have more chances to get the batsman out. It's attacking field as well, so that's all sport for the bowler. It's that short, I think they need to pitch the ball a bit more up. They're not going to hit the ball. They're under pressure at the moment, especially first 30-40 minutes. Take all the chances to get them out. Clean ball, leg before, cut behind.
That ended a 13-run ball dots. Got it out eventually, including a wicket to end the game yesterday afternoon at the end of innings. Runs on the board, and that's the first. It's up to 2, sorry, for Daniel now. 104. Brings Atik back on strike. Going back over the wicket. A little bit of bottom hand, but doesn't carry.
Second one now that he's just sort of chipped up in the air, but got just fallen safe in the covers.
I see Luke Jones has moved out of the gully position, and now they've got the 2 catchers, Shiv at point and Luke Jones just there. A shortish cover. He's now moving back towards a traditional cover. Didn't carry to him. Tried to guide that one again. It's one of his favourite shots, but the speed of Ayush's bowling, it's a dangerous one.
Yeah, the bowler certainly won't mind that with this field.
Got the 2 slips of gully, that point and cover. I think the idea, Atik's trying to go over the top of the slip cordon. It's a very short boundary. Also, good chance of getting an edge. 1 ball left in the 33rd. Gets better bat on that one out to point, but no run. 1 run coming from the 33rd. KCC 104 for 6. They're 48 behind.
I think Ayush need to have a bit more energy. He's young, fit. Not stiff. Normally bowler gets stiff second day, but if you are 35 plus, not as a 18, 19, 20-year-old.
I was stiff this morning and I only commentated. Though I
Yeah,
did go to training for a little bit.
We're talking 35 plus, right?
Yeah, exactly. I get a point in Friday Masters League, put it that way. Adil Mahmood, who was fielding down here near the commentary position, and did that fielding off the single of Daniel Bakari. Got the ball back in hand. 9 overs so far, 3 maidens in that, none for 23. Gets an edge to that gully region. That's going to race away a bit slow in the morning because of the cloud cover, so it doesn't make it to that long boundary. They get back for 2.
It's more ideal for Adil to bowl to left-hander because he's a natural in-swing bowler, so he's going to be cutting away from him. If it's me, I could have taken 2 gullies for him
I don't need mid-off, mid-on for this kind of batsman in this situation. No mid-wicket even. 2 gullies, 3 slips, short cover, put more pressure on them. The wickets are important here, not the basically
So you'd have one in front of square.
only, yeah.
Okay.
That's the two-day cricket. If
very
you see,
attacking.
You see like long format in Sheffield Shield, county cricket, or even in the great cricket in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really see mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket with a new ball on.
Yeah, he'd have to get the plan very wrong if
Yep.
it's going through mid wicket.
Because you only set the field for the good balls, not for the bad balls. So you aim for the good balls, bowl in certain area, set the field accordingly, put more pressure on them, let them see.
It's lofted. It's probably going to go down as a drop chance. I think it went through the hands of Adil Mahmood. Oh, and there could be a run out, the first of the day. Yes, there is. Doesn't matter if it was a catch or not. The run out is on. It's not out, I think. Thought the bat was up in the air, but he must have been
That looked
in.
very close.
There's a lot of replay to do here. I'm not sure how much we're going to catch. Oh, yes, I think he did have the bat down in time. It takes very quick.
Throw was slightly away from the stumps. Maybe that was the advantage for him, giving him extra second. It was a very poor running between the wicket. Not responding at all to the basically partner.
Not entirely sure what happened there. I think we were just saying how you didn't need mid-wicket and a mid-on, and seconds later both of them are chasing the ball to the boundary.
But that's bowler's fault, he dropped the catch. It could have been a different story.
Yeah.
So there's a drop catch, and then an inches away run out. All in one ball, and it only resulted in a single. Is that Nazakat asking for a TV replay? We don't have them.
First aid on that side. First aid on that side.
What's he looking for?
First aid.
Oh, he was looking for first aid for Adil, I think.
Yeah, I think
I thought he was
he's
bleeding.
bleeding.
Yeah, he is.
Drop catch.
Oh, it was a stinger. It was hit hard, and we seem to have an injury here. I thought Nazakat was back at Nepal with TV replays. He was doing the box sign over this way. Apparently that's also first aid. He's cut the top of his thumb, it looks like. Wow, that must have really flown through. Maybe caught the seam as it flicked through. It went almost down to the boundary after it went through the hands. We saw one of those yesterday as well, and I think it was Adil. No, who was it? It went through the hands and then went on almost to the boundary.
That was Adil as well, on fielding at mid-wicket that time.
He's a ball magnet. So we'll have a slight delay here. While we wait, we'll just have a quick look at the batting card so far for KCC. And you can see starts from everyone, but not many going on from it. Mo Khan, 11 at the beginning. Sunny Bimsaria batted the entire day, basically, until the second last over. Well, the entire innings, I should say. 35, out there for 73 deliveries. You can see how many edges were given. C Jakir means caught behind. 3 in there. And Dill's already taken a catch, but probably put him down for 2 drop catches. Shiv's taken a catch. And, of course, you saw the bowling of Samad Khan, bowled by Ayush.
That was the beauty of the day when he got Samad Khan out. Completely deceived him in the line.
Yeah, the young fella on debut for KCC. Premier for 2 day, that is. Samad Khan. For a better effort in the second innings, but it was an absolute peach from Ayush Shukla.
I think those are the 2 best cricketers we have in this match from the under-19 team. One in each side, basically. Abdul Samad Khan and Shiv Mathur. They both done really well in under-19, and now they're doing really good in senior cricket. Especially Shiv Mathur had a great season last year. He continued this year as well on senior level. Had a 100 previous week on this ground.
Yeah, we talked about that on the podcast actually. Very, very clever decision from HKCC. He could have played Premier League up the top against Little So-Won, but they made the switcheroo, pushed him down into the Optimist because the Optimist desperately needed a win, and it was a big win on the back of his 100.
Well, that's good for him. Get some confidence before the big game, and plus continue his form for the season as well. He's playing very natural. That's maybe sometimes hard to do that in a longer format, especially if you keep on thinking like it's 2 days, so many hours and all that. You play your game. Of course, you have to be a bit more cautious to start with.
Looks like Adil's good to go. Bandaged up the thumb. He's got 3 balls left of the 34th. Bowling to Atik. That was high. Yep.
This may be because of the tape on the finger.
Yeah, could be. He's let it go. He's also looking, I don't know if he's still in pain. I'm sure he is. Still rubbing that hand.
Yeah, you will have the Optimists captain joining you for the next hour after this. Can maybe tell you a little bit more about Shiv and his bids to get him into the team.
This one's a better length.
Beautiful.
That's well bowled.
Beautiful.
Yes, Harry Florey coming in. Maybe a bit of a gloat about the switcheroo and getting the win over the Infidels last weekend here at KCC.
The thinking behind that was the Premier League team was so strong last weekend that if Shiv were to play in the Opties, he'd get to play a much bigger role, both with bat and with ball, which is a part of his game that's really come on leaps and bounds in the last year or so.
5th delivery of the over. Gets bat on ball this time, Atik. Not known for a great deal of footwork. A little step forward there. Rag Kapoor on screen. He might replace Adil if the thumb is still stinging, the hand's still in trouble. He bowled from this end last night, and it was a very nice spell indeed. Finishing off his 10th over now, Adil Mahmood. He's going very close to his gloves and bat there, Atik Iqbal, but he survives. 34 overs done, 108 for 6. We were talking actually about that, Rory. I heard it from Simon Willis, I heard it from Ravi from Cricket Hong Kong that they want to see Shiv getting more game time, and of course being stuck in the Premier team, you've got to go past Nazakat, Ange, Martin, end up becoming a number 8 batsman, but he's in the side today.
Well, I wouldn't quite go that far. He batted at 6 yesterday. Yep. He's had opportunities at 3 and 4 over the last few weeks. I think on occasion you saw last weekend sort of bowled first. He wouldn't have got a bat, whereas I think it's just about managing that, and we speak actively to him about what he wants to do week on week as well.
Valuable player to have in the team, as is Ayush Shukla, continuing from the bowling green end. Daniel Bakari on strike, just pushes it out to cover.
But he's one of a few very good young players coming through. I think the other one that really stands out is Danny Mapp with the ball at the age of 15 or so. Sort of absolutely beautiful, smooth action, strong action, and the pace he's generating at that age is remarkable. Harry Hodgson, brilliant leg spinner. Arya Chandamani,
apparently the Iceman.
Yes,
been nicknamed by botters. Ayush to Daniel, who just hits it straight back to the bowler. Yeah, it's a good lineup of bowlers you've got coming through in the youth program there for HKCC. Harry just went off for his first tour recently, I believe. He went to the under-19s.
I think he's trying to do and practice the hardest skill in the book, bowling leg spin as a youngster in Hong Kong on small grounds. It's an uphill task, but he's been brilliant, and he's just gradually growing in confidence as well, which is great to see.
More dot balls from Ayush. Put another one in. Yeah, speaking of Harry, and like you say, the baptism of fire that it is being a leg spinner as a youth in Hong Kong. But if you master it, that's what the teams playing T20 these days want. They want to, they'll take them. The speedsters, the ball comes onto the bat too fast, the runs are quick. Every team you see now playing T20 has basically a leg spinner in there. So if you get it right, you go all the way to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you do get it right, as you said, that's what we've seen from Luke Jones. I think a few people may be surprised not to see him get a go with the ball yesterday. It's been a big wicket taker.
I was surprised.
HKCC over the last couple of years, and he really does match that sort of that vicious leg spin with great control.
And different bowlers, different bowling arms, but you
Yeah.
saw Pascoe get 3 yesterday, so I was surprised not to see Luke even just an over or 2 right at the end, just to see what could happen.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
I talked to him earlier before the game. I'll just get through this delivery from Ayush. And another dot ball. Yeah, and I asked him, is he expecting it to spin today? And he was not confident. We haven't had any sun, and hasn't dried out. It's still very green out there, but might be a little bit of turn. But sometimes the slower bowlers just lure. I think we can actually say that lure players into false strokes, because one of Dan Pascoe's wickets, I don't think he was very proud of. It was a bit of a loosener, but managed to get a catch down on the boundary.
I think that was Luke Jones, in fact.
Yeah, could well be.
Who fell for it.
There was a wry smile on Dan's face after that delivery. How he managed to pick up wicket. One delivery left to the 35th. Big cheers from behind, but flew wide of the off stump to end. 108 on the board for KCC. This partnership up to 7 very slowly. I talked about yesterday, we had head coach of Hong Kong China, Simon Willis, in commentary. I can see him over there to the left, and he said he was going to get doled up, and he is. He's in his Sunday best. There's a function today for lunch, I believe, gentlemen, which I haven't been invited to because I have to commentate.
There is indeed. Kowloon Cricket Club kindly hosting a luncheon today over at the swimming pool pavilion, I believe, or maybe upstairs here in the members pavilion.
Asfar, are you going to lunch?
Yes.
Well, you know where it is. That was
Yeah.
high again. And it's another wide. Atik's tall, so that's really been banged into the pitch to be called wide. Well, you can show Rory where it is, because he might be walking around looking for a while. Or follow Simon, who's over there watching on intently near the sight screen, but not behind the sight screen, as the dramas we had yesterday. So just 43 runs now required for KCC with 4 wickets in hand. Sounds a bit nicer for KCC, especially with a couple of wides from Adil. Oh, it's lofted. Oh, it's beat the fielder, so that's going for 4.
It was still in the air though.
See the replay now. So he's hit that off middle stump, but it was in the slot to be hit, bottom-handed, but to the left of mid-off. And it's another 4 in the books, and the runs required now under 40. 5 off the first legal delivery so far for this over from Adil Mahmood. That one's driven to mid-on.
I think they're getting a bit more confidence now. They passed the first 30-35 minutes already, not losing any wicket. So they're going to be more comfortable on the crease now. And we don't really see so much aggression from the bowler. They're not trying anything extraordinary. They're just bowling in certain areas, not trying hard to me.
I think where they have tried to go short, Dill's just got it a little bit wrong, and you've seen him pinged for a couple of wides there. On the flip side, Atik's sort of, there's been 3 in the air through the covers, and just not one has gone to hand just yet. So I still think right in the balance there. And again, if that catch had stuck for Adil, the one comes straight back at him, maybe that would be a different story as well.
There's that trying to guide it again from Atik, but Adil too quick.
But that's always the case with the number 8 being a bowler. The mindset is, if you get the ball in your area, you're going to go after the ball. Doesn't really matter what he's doing, what is happening. And that's why I think they're slightly short of length. It was worth taking chance for the drives. Let them drive, let them have that feeling. That's the only way you can get the batsman out. Especially Johnny and fast bowler, leg spinner, they're the match winners. So they the one who have to be leading from the front.
Another one. That one is again called wide. Valuable extras for KCC. $15 extras in the KCC bowling innings, 11 so far from HKCC.
Well bowled.
You feel like at some point Adil's going to get Atik to try that glance, and he's going to get the edge. That's the ball I reckon they're going to get Atik on, and that's much better than trying to give him some chin music.
Yeah, the short ball, I agree, hasn't been effective this morning. Hasn't quite been executed either.
Because if you want to bowl short pitch, you have really one good one, and then get the line right, keep on bowling in a teasing line, and then give another one, maybe in 2 overs.
Guides this one to gully.
Just to upset the batsman's mindset and his process of coming on the track or using his front foot.
36 overs done. KCC 114 for 6. They're 38 behind. See the partnerships there. This one trucking along quite nicely, considering Atik came out as a night watchman. And it's up to 13, doing his job for KCC. And we also see a couple of batters that are already dismissed walking around. Bubba Hyatt, Sunny Bimsaria, having a chat to Simon Willis. You can see them right there. There we are, all 3 of them. Yush continuing. Yes, he is. This will be the 16th over from Ayush Shukla over the wicket to the left-hander. Can't beat that field. There's only 2 in front of point on the offside, but they're patrolling well.
He's been very measured, Daniel Bakari, this morning. Sort of curtailing his usual game. Usually a little bit more flamboyant, I think, but he's kept everything very tight today, and looks like he knows exactly where his off stump is.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And then immediately does what Rory was suggesting he normally does.
Okay, maybe I should talk about how sensible and chanceless they've been more often.
Well, how many balls you see in this area before? That's maybe second ball he bowled up, where the batsman, you see the ball coming right in front of you. You want to drive the ball, you want to play the ball. That's what we were talking. Teasing line, pitch the ball up, let the batsman drive.
He was going around the wicket to Daniel before, wasn't he? And
He
now
was.
he's going over, and I like that delivery very much. It's harder to get an LBW, but Shari hasn't given one all game, so Might get the edge. Here we go again. That one's got bat on ball. Had a running joke with Troy Vasher, the umpire up there last night. I said, did you have weights on your hands or something? Because I've never seen you go an entire day without giving an LBW. And he had to think about it, and he thought that might have been the first day he's ever done it as well.
Very restrained yesterday, Shiroi.
Yush continuing just to rack up dot balls.
Beautiful bowling. 2 good balls in this over.
Check the replay on that one. Oh, couldn't have been any closer to the bat without hitting it. See it, Dilman Wood. It's the webbing between the thumb and forefinger that is split, and that is always painful. Needs another band-aid as Ayush comes in again over the wicket. Yorker length, chopped out.
I think it's a much better over this time. Pitching the ball up, making the batsman play the ball.
Yeah, it's just been that touch fuller than the channel he's been bowling earlier today. And you're right, yeah, beating the bat twice.
It's just sort of chipped to cover. Another dot ball, another maiden for Ayush Shukla. He's bowled 4.2 overs this morning and gone for 1 run. 37 overs done. KCC 114 for 6. Moving towards that total required of 153.
Change in bowling. Rak Kapoor.
Suggested that might be the case with the deal. Got a busted finger. Went for a few runs and a few wides the previous over. And Raj Kapoor, well, he's had a good 2-day Premier League game as well. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 19 yesterday.
Yeah, he seemed to get a bit of movement yesterday with the slightly older ball. I think that's what they'll be looking for from him this morning. Also a member of the hairband crew. So there's been a few of them on show the last 2 days. You've got Rag and Haroon, I think Wakas on the KCC side.
Headband's coming in now for his first delivery of the day to Atik, but thought about a run, no chance again. Another dot. I was also talking to Anch yesterday, saying, is he going to have a bowl? And then we had to decide what type of ball, because he's gone back to spin, we've been told, after having a trial at medium pace. Probably won't see him today with the ball in hand.
I would have thought there were a few who were ahead of him in the queue.
I would have thought so.
But just maybe put it like that.
Simon was saying yesterday that top order batsmen and medium paces is a little bit too much effort. Going on back to the spin. I would like to see Zakat bowl. He bowled so well in the All-Stars, but I haven't seen him bowl since. Raj Kapoor at the moment.
There's a bit of change in his action compared to last year. He's not loading the ball up front now.
Spent a lot of time in India over the last few years, Rag. Playing in the state Baroda. Recently back to Hong Kong. It's never been express pace, Rag, but it does seem to be very effective. It does tend to take wickets and never goes for too many runs.
Wrapped on the thigh pad. Not going for any runs this over so far.
It's just the timing that give you a bit extra when you're basically load the ball. So gather position has to be a bit more. I think you dropping the front arm in front of you rather than on the side. So it's a bit of change. Maybe sometimes you don't even notice when a bowler keep on doing it unless somebody tell you. They're so lucky they're playing in a time where they have so much technology. They can go back and watch their own matches, and somebody can record their bowling in the nets and all that stuff. We rarely have that kind of luxuries.
Kapoor to Iqbal again, bottom hand into it, but into the gap. Didn't get all of it, so it'll just be a single. Doesn't mind that bottom hand today, Atiq Iqbal.
No, he's really thrown both hands at that one. And gets fortunate once again. Not quite going to hand. Just the one run though. But I think psychologically now that trailing run's just drop down below 40. Starting to get a bit nervous.
Round the wicket to the left-hander.
Have you ever had experience of being a night watchman?
No, not personally.
Yeah. It's a very good feeling when you pass first 25-30 minutes on the second day. You think you are already set and you can do anything you want. I've been through like so many times in my life as a bowler, been sent like as a night watchman, and it's just for first 25-30 minutes you have to. You're given the task from the team as well, so you just have to pass like first 30-40 minutes and then see what happens afterward.
Yeah,
and I think he's already feeling that he's set already now, so he can play shots.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At that point, you've earned it, haven't you? You've earned the right.
We're saying that also the batters just need to get their 10. If each of them get 10, they get past the 152, and Atiq's now got into double figures. He's got his 10. I'm sure he'd like more.
But that's the second target for anybody. Score first run and then going into the double figure. So he's done 2 already. Let's see if he can be in the paper, scoring 30 runs. That's what our coaches used to say, 3 wickets or 30 runs, you'll be in the paper tomorrow.
See up there, Ayush is just off camera, having a long chat with Luke Jones and Zakat Khan about field places for Atiq Iqbal. Unless it's hiding behind Shroy Vasher, I think they may have taken your advice, Afzal. There's no mid-on in place. I can't see one, that's for sure. That's whipped away towards our commentary position. That's what Atiq's been trying to do. Guide it through between gully and point. Gets it right out of the middle and 4 runs into the books.
It's the shot he's been threatening to play all day, but he's got a hold of that one. It's short boundary down here, and outfield was very quick yesterday. It raced away.
But that's what the feeling you have. One bowler already changed. Second maybe bowling his last over of the morning. So you're already feeling that I'm set. I can play shots now. And the confidence, basically, that's very important. When you get that confidence that you can do things, that's it. Then you can make whatever you want.
Yeah, a few field changes coming in now. They've taken that mid-on out to put an extra person into cover. Seeing, as we said, he's going hard with that bottom hand, chipping up towards cover a few times, but they've gone and put a mid-on, mid-wicket back in now, and at the expense of gully, which I'm not sure about.
2 on the boundary as well. A wideish fine leg and deep square leg. I think that's deep square leg out there. Yes, under the palm tree. I saw one person with pads on. I'm assuming that wasn't a fielder, but could be Wakas over there having a chat.
I'd be very surprised if Atiq took on the hook shot. Not sure that's necessarily the highest percentage option.
They say only 43 yard on that side, so even the edge gonna go in the trees.
He does love it. Doesn't mind the old pull shot, so we might be getting a short delivery here. Trying to lure him into those 2 lurking down under the palm tree and under the trees at Fine. Here comes Ayush. And that's whipped away again towards our commentary position. Bang! Into the computers, and it's 4.
So after all that, I think swapped 4 fielders and ended up with the exact same field they started with. Ayush then strays and bowls a short wide one, for which the field doesn't matter at all.
I was just waiting for that one. That's the wrist that he's been flirting with, and got again straight out of the middle. Back-to-back boundaries for Atiq Iqbal. Oh, he's absolutely clobbered that one in the air again, but it's going to race away for 4. That's 4-4-4 this over of somebody who just racked up endless dot balls. Now it's gone for 12 in 3 deliveries.
Yeah, I think you were talking us through the mindset, Afzal, and I think we saw it on display there. Steps away, swings through the line, and again chips in the air through cover, but not quite to hand.
He picked that off middle stump.
Yeah.
Feel like he's living dangerously, but he's having a good time. He's up to 22 now. Another big swing. Another 4 runs, is it? Yes, racing down to long on this time. They're going all over the park for 4.
It was not a field set basically, it was the area you bowl to him. It was not, none of them like an ideal situation. You pitch the ball up, cut the ball away, or bring the ball in, because I don't see anything. Maybe the ball is not doing anything now.
Teek's been given some advice from Bubba Hyatt behind the wickets. That now he's hit 4 in a row. Maybe just see the over out. See what he does. And he kind of does. All of a sudden, now just trailing by 21. Teek 26 off 35. Can't ask for much more from the night watchman.
It wasn't a very good strike rate before this over.
No, it wasn't. He was 10 off 35.
Who cared
was
about
10
the strike rate?
31, yeah.
Who cared about the strike rate when you're playing 2-day game? No limit for the overs. Bat as long as you can.
1 ball left of Ayush's over. And again guided, but they've got protection now. Put young Shiv down at backward point on the ropes, so just the single to end. A good over for KCC, 17 coming from it. Now, as you can see the partnerships on the screen, this is the second highest partnership for KCC on the back of the bat of Atiq Iqbal. 132 for 6 after 39, 20 behind. About 9 minutes away from drinks, I think. It's been a good first session, you'd say. It's been all KCC. A flirt, danger occasionally. Survived to put runs on the board. And really takes the pressure off the likes of Wakas Barkat, Dan Pascoe, Jay coming in, because now they know they've just got to score 5 or 6 runs apiece. Of course they want to put on more runs and set a total, but get to the first target first as Raj Kapoor continues. He's now bowling big bounces. That one's just called between helmet and shoulder, so one over the shoulder. They're getting good bounce from this end.
They are. I think that was a bit touch and go, that one for me. That looked quite high, but I also notice looks like Luke Jones is warming up. Perhaps try a little bit of spin from the other end, but.
Like I said, I did talk to him this morning, and he said if you want to bowl spin and get spin, you need to bowl it from this end. But that is, and as he obviously pointed out, and we all know, you bowl spin from this end, you're in danger of the shortest boundary almost in Hong Kong, where Bubba Hyatt's standing at the moment. We'll see which, I assume he'll come on from the bowling green end. Ra just pushed that around the corner. Atiq, 2 on the boundary, so just a single. Yeah, the preferred bowling end for spinners is always the bowling green end because they've got the protection of the long, long boundary. But
yeah, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Looking at the way the pitch has sort of deteriorated a lot more from one end, I think you probably have to roll the dice from the shorter end. Although it's a pretty uphill task now with under 20 runs to defend. It's asking an awful lot of him.
Thought we can have a change of the sight screen. It doesn't look like it's necessary as Rag's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Groundskeeper Bubba Hyatt, of all his many talents, is down there in case they want to move the sight screen. Still making some field adjustments. Bubba's just been shooed away from the sight screens by the third umpire. That's been hit out on the offside. Can't get through the infield. Captain Kinshit Shah doing the work there.
HKCC bowlers, I think they're missing the trick. They're hoping to get the wickets, not trying too hard to get the wickets. Bowling in the certain area again, as I said earlier. Put the batsman more
Oh, edge!
pressure. Yes.
He's gone.
That was the line.
He's got the wicket.
Oh,
No, missed the edge. Thought we heard an edge there. I thought Daniel was walking, to be honest. Here we go, have a look. Oh,
that's very close.
it is very, very close. I don't know what I heard. It wasn't an edge. Don't do that to me, Daniel. I thought you were walking. They need to survive to drinks now. It's got a bit better bat on it. It's sliced out to point.
These two bowls, that's the area we need to see more bowling in that area. Up, making the batsman play the ball, inviting him for drives and all that. When you have two slips and a gully, point, cover, short cover.
I think Ra's creating a really nice shape from around the wicket there, just angling in but also taking it away.
Yeah, it's more ideal for left-hand bowling, left-hander, because that's his natural bowling as well. Cutting the ball away from the batsman. Good over.
Yeah, well bowled.
40 overs done. 133 on the board for KCC. You can see there this partnership very nice. It's up to 32 now. Just putting some singles and 4 fours in a row. We're going to have drinks at 10:30, which is 3 minutes away. So you'd expect this to be the last over, and it does look like it's Luke Jones getting ready. Is he getting the headband out as well? Is he part of the headband crew, Rory?
He has been known. I'm not sure if he's got it on this morning, but
he does. A nice little black band. It's hard to see, but it's up there. Big flowing blonde locks.
Been compared to a member of the Backstreet Boys in recent days.
I don't think any of the Backstreet Boys bowl leg spin as well as Luke. It will be the first time we see Luke Jones bowl for HKCC in this 2-day Cricket Hong Kong Premier League game. And like I said, it should be the last one before drinks. As we move, it could be a quick over, but they're taking their time. And of course, now the batters will have a nice little chat. They can see the time. No, they just have to survive out this over. Go have drinks. Reset for the second session. Still warming up. Luke Jones. Chats all around. I think both teams are going to be quite happy to go into drinks. There's no urgency to get another over in. Now just 2 minutes away. So it'll be Luke Jones to Atiq Iqbal, who we've seen be attacking as of late. 4 fours off the last over from this end. He's watchful for the first delivery. Again, just a dot ball, watchful. He's not going to attack, it seems. Just wants to see out the last 4 deliveries.
Luke just getting into his stride here. Fingers warming up. A little bit shorter than he would have liked to start. There we go. That's much better area.
Yeah, a very good start from a leg spinner. Normally the first ball always short. He's doing much better to start with.
No one in close though for a leading edge. We saw a bit of that yesterday with the helmet on and the pads getting in underneath the batter's eyes for this one. Atiq comes a long way forward there to smother the ball. Not too much spin so far for Luke. Oh, it's popped up again. The luckiest bottom hand in all of Hong Kong at the moment, Atiq Iqbal. If he's going to bottom hand it, he knows where to drop at the ball. He's got one more ball to survive until drinks. Well, he's going to get runs. Could be 2, could be 4. It will slow up. So they're going to come back for a second.
It's going to the bowlers then.
Yeah, Daniel was not hasty. He turned around and saw the ball was about to track towards him and took off. But that should be drinks here at Kowloon Cricket Club. 41 overs done. KCC 1-3-5 for 6. And we're going to have a drinks break as well. And we'll have a change in commentary. So we'll say good morning and we'll catch you later to Afzal Haider and Rory Keynes from HKCC and KCC. And thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for this, the Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League game between KCC and Hong Kong Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you into session 2. You'd say the first session was all KCC. They're just trailing by 17 now. Rag Kapoor continuing around the wicket from the pavilion end. Daniel Bakari on strike, the left-hander. He's been out there with Atiq Iqbal. They survived all of the first session. And it's an all HKCC lineup in the commentary position for session 2. Joining me will be Connor Hickey and Harry Florey. Good morning to you both.
Morning.
Morning.
Been a tough session so far for HKCC. Hopefully we bring in our stint with a couple of wickets.
Rag in again. A couple of steps there from Daniel. He's hit it straight up in the air. This should be the first wicket of the day. Rag wasn't even watching.
Called it.
He just knew that was going to be taken. The captain takes the catch and the first wicket falls. 17 runs behind. KCC won 35 for 7. Talk us through this one, boys.
What a start for the dual commentary duo. Yeah. Aggressive shot.
Yeah, he's been fairly defensive all morning, and that was one of his first attacking shots. It's a ball sort of slightly outside off, which he's tried to hoik over cow corner and gone straight up in the air. Strange shot there from Bakari.
Especially just the second delivery after the drinks break. The first wicket falls in the first session. We're just waiting to see who's coming out. It might be Dan Pascoe.
Oh, no.
No, who's coming out?
Changed his bat.
It's at Wakas.
I think it's Wakas.
It is. Head coach of Kowloon Cricket Club, Wakas Barkat, coming to the crease to join Atiq Iqbal. They need 17 more runs to get to that first innings win. It was a lot less nervous than it was when we started the game today, when they needed well over 50. Well, they needed over 50. But still not out of reach for HKCC. It's just 3 more wickets now.
You never know with the wicket straight after drinks. Particularly with a shot like that, probably puts the new batsman under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, you can't help thinking we need a wicket now. HKCC need a wicket. So you've got to be thinking a more attacking field here. It's all or nothing now.
Just brought in a second slip.
Yeah, maybe one in front of his nose on the off or leg side might be an idea.
Deep backward square, so short ball maybe on here.
2 slips a gully, point, and mid off, mid on, a short mid wicket. Lee Jones hovering for anything that pops up, and yes, that backward square leg on the ropes. Here we go, back over the wicket for Rag Kapoor. Bat on ball to start with for Wakas. Yeah, it was a strange shot from Daniel Bakari. He charged it and then just mishit it when they were going along so nicely. He was doing the anchor roll, and Atiq was the attacker with those 4-4s off Ayush. Maybe they got a word at drinks to get a bit more aggressive with.
I guess with a low total or a low amount to go, then maybe he was just thinking knock him off as quickly as he can.
But I think when you've got Atiq doing it at the other end, there's no need for that shot.
Just hear a van reversing here at KCC. That's what the beeping was.
Keeper coming up to the stumps.
There's going to be some hard work behind the stumps there for Jakir. Rag's not slow. Well taken. Not far away from the top of that off stump.
He must be thinking if he's batting outside his crease, the ball's still moving. 40 overs in, so that's why Jax has come in to make sure or block that off. That's a good ball. Very good ball. Looks like it jagged back in a bit.
It came off the pitch. Wasn't far away from that off stump, and it didn't bounce too high either, so that's encouraging signs for Rag Kapoor.
Oh, catch. Oh.
It's just popped a bit there.
Is that off the glove or?
The glove or the shoulder of the bat? I think the glove.
Have a look at the replay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really popped. One bounce to gully.
He definitely seems to be bringing the ball back in, just off the seam.
We haven't seen much this morning, and all of a sudden this over, we're getting the fireworks we thought we might have seen in the first hour of play. Final delivery of the 42nd. Comes forward, defends a wicket maiden for Rakapur, a much needed wicket for HKCC, and after 42, KCC are 135 for 7.
Looks like they're continuing with Luke Jones.
I mentioned it in the first hour, but I talked to Luke before the game, and he said if you want to get spin, you have to bowl from this end, the pavilion end, not the end he's bowling from, because that end of the pitch has deteriorated more. But of course, for a spinner, it's dangerous times if you bowl from the pavilion end, because you've got that boundary which basically pop it over your head, 4 runs or a 6. So he will go from the bowling green end. He didn't seem to get much turn before drinks, but he might get some drift, and we've seen a Teak attack. So a lot of bottom hand. He's lucky every bottom hand shot he had sort of went to the side of a fielder, except for the one that went very fast to a Dil Mahmood. Well, Luke Jones into his second over for the game. Comes forward, then goes back.
Just trying to watch the replay here.
Yeah, it's hard to see if it is spinning from this angle, but Teak's playing it very late, and it looks like it might be a bit
slow.
We'll get a replay on the next ball and see if we can analyse what's going on with Luke's.
Certainly spinning last week. Different wicket, mind you.
He was doing everything last week. Oh, he's got an edge, an inside edge, gone past the leg stump, it looks like. And there, again, luck's a fortune for a Teak, but he gets a single on the board.
Might have been the wrong in there.
Or he just played down the wrong line.
Definitely an inside edge.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to get a replay on that one, but we will get a replay, hopefully on this delivery, just so we can have a little look how Luke's deliveries are going in slow-mo. But he bowls fast overs, so it's hard to get the replay up before he bowls again, and he's this time to Wakas. Won't be able to see any spin on that one because it was right in the block hole.
He's got it right early, Jones.
Yeah. And a bit quicker, that one through the air, a bit flatter. Trying to get wacky in front.
Drift. Very nice.
Jones again. Gives some room this time to Wakas.
Short outside
Can't do
off.
that. Races away for 4.
That's the danger of the leg spinner, always prone to drag one down either straight or outside off stump, which is easy picking for Wakas there. Not what you need with this kind of total.
No. Left point out now. Give him a little bit of protection.
As we say in commentary, sort of ball chasing though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably not necessary with the amount of runs we have.
12 behind you, like you said in the last over, need to be attacking, catching. Jones again. Fuller this time, better delivery.
Just wonder whether it would be worthwhile just having someone under his nose there.
That's exactly what I said just before drinks. But we saw it in the first innings. KCC putting a player in. It was Sunny with a lid on. Just that extra layer of pressure on the batter. But end of the over, 5 from it. KCC Premier now up to 140, 12 behind.
When you look at that scorecard, a Teak's innings is really, really valuable here. 31 or 46 balls. It's changed the game this morning. I woke up this morning bright and early, 7 o'clock, looking forward to the day's play. Really thinking that HKCC were going to get a couple of early wickets, but a Teak's innings here has been crucial.
Scored them quickly as well.
Yeah.
I think in a chase it always helps, doesn't it?
Well, he was 10 off 31 deliveries, and then he was 26 off 35 deliveries. So after 1 over off Ayush Shukla in the first hour, he got his innings going. He hasn't scored much since then, only 5 more in 10 deliveries, but doing his job. He came in yesterday as the night watchman, so wasn't expected to do what he's done, really. He's going to get the team probably over the line.
Interesting field setting here. That got a short, square leg, slightly backward, almost like a
Leg gully.
yeah, it's like a squarish leg gully, and then 2 men out on the leg side.
Very close together.
Yeah,
Backward square and a forward square. Guided. You know that Atik's been liking that.
I don't think it's a bad tactic really to bowl. Obviously they're going to bowl a bit more short of a length here. To the Atik.
But might he come round the wicket though for this kind of tactic, do you think?
Yeah, not. But then you'd have to drop a third man back. You would have thought. He's moving it back in, so and perhaps there's a chance.
Goes again. Second delivery.
Oh,
There's the
well
bouncer. Maybe trying to lure Atik into it. But I thought his last over was exceptional. And now we've changed the game plan again. This one he's tried to bang in, perhaps luring Atik in.
It's a good bounce, that.
Yeah, very good. He's quite comfortable off the front foot of Teak, so. Whoa.
And again.
He's definitely thinking about it when he's batting there. You can see he's camping out a bit on the back foot.
He does like it. Likes to pull away through square. HKCC have done their homework by putting the two players out there, trying to lure him into it.
Rag was just checking whether that one was over the shoulder. I think Shiroi said it was not, so still got one more.
I don't think it was either. Atik's tall, sort of leant away from it. Went through. That one might be though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he's done is managed to rack up 4 dot balls. Won't be bowling any more over the shoulder. Been some good bounce from this end. We saw Adil Mahmood bowling actually wides because they're bouncing so high, so they're still bouncing the pitch.
Rag checking again in terms of short balls. Umpire confirming he's got none left in the over.
No change in field though.
No change in tactic either.
That's some good control when you know you're not allowed to have one more over the shoulder. Keeps it chest height. Rag's already bowled 5 maidens. He's well on track to bowl his 6th, 3 for 21. If Ayush wasn't opening the bowling from the other end, that'd be top figures, but of course Ayush has got 4 for. Fuller this time, driven back, dot ball, a maiden to end the 44th.
So what are the other options for HKCC here to change it? So it looks like Adil's going to come back on. You've got Kinchit, who can bowl a bit of off spin.
I'd be probably more willing to go with. I mean, to the short ball tactic, you're probably thinking more Haroon than Rag. I would have thought, but then Nizakat, he's probably got a decent delivery in him, or like a mystery delivery that might snag your wicket. That's probably what I'd be thinking.
I was discussing yesterday afternoon with Simon Willis, who's standing over there. We saw Nizakat bowl in the All-Stars, and he's top wicket taker almost.
Yeah.
He might be the top wicket, and we haven't seen him bowl anywhere since. I haven't, at least. He didn't bowl overseas. I'd love to see him have a crack out there. Fires it in fast, sometimes drifts it in. But he's a reluctant bowler, I've been told.
I know that he wasn't fit last Sunday. He had to pull out last minute.
He told me it was surgery or something. Just
Yeah.
nothing bad, but just took him out for a week.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw the scorecard while I was commentating last week, and I'm like, why is Nizakat not in this team? Mystery surrounds, but I found out the details later. But you're right, Adil Mahmood will bowl this time from the bowling green end. Wakas Barkat on strike. He's going to get runs just wide of point.
Too well played, actually.
Yeah, it was good delivery. Bit of pace. He's been bowling a bit quicker this year, I think, Adil. zipping through that surface. Very, very different to the surface last Sunday here.
Yeah, we played on, what was that, wicket 6?
Yeah, it was the wicket over the other side. Spun, popped, a bit dusty. This is zipping through the surface.
Actually looks like a pretty good wicket.
It does.
Mahmood, 2 slips and a gully. Oh, he's whipped that over the top. This time Atiq Iqbal, and that's 4 more in the books.
He's just capitalised. Any time that anything's been giving him any sort of width today, he's put his hands through the ball and scored a lot of runs in that area. Point and then backward point.
It's like he particularly likes batting from the bowling green end. He's really scored big on bowlers coming in quick from that end.
On second thoughts, he actually gave himself a lot of room there. He's hit that off stump.
That's exactly what he's been doing. He was doing it to Yush. He hit one off middle stump, almost Yorker length, and smashed it for 4. Mahmood this time cut away, but it will be
Good
cut
viewing.
off.
Well done by Shiv there at point.
Saying how Shiv's now moved into point as Luke Jones has been floating more around either cover or gully, and now he's going back to deep third. Pretty handy replacement. We've got Luke Jones, one of the best hands in the business. And now Shiv Mather taking over point. He's done a great job so far, including a catch. I think Luke's in place now for that one where Atiq goes with the wrists.
Oh,
He's just going to push that onto the leg side.
moving around the crease is Atiq. Getting the legs out of the way there. Interesting to see this on replay. Seems like Adil's lengthened his run up a bit. Not sure if that's just my eyes.
6 off the over so far, 2 balls remaining. That'll be a dot though.
He's looking solid. Solid in behind that.
I'm sure if he wasn't just signalling and skidding on. We saw a bit of that yesterday. I know that David Jakir said the one that copped him in the ribs skidded on him. Ball remaining in the 45th. It's
that's too
slashed
short.
away. 2 bounces over the rope into the Christmas tree for 4.
Only 2 to go now. It was a good shot by Wakas.
Good job on the short side, outside off. Again, easy pickings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's wide.
that's not what you want when you've got 6 runs to defend.
No. A lot of runs scored through point.
And that's
This
the
morning.
150 up for KCC. 2 runs behind. 150 for 7. The crashing 4. And it's probably nervy times for HKCC now. Not only just the 2 runs remaining, but those still to bat can bat.
Yeah. I think you've got to get the total out of your mind now for HKCC. They're most likely to get these 2 runs, and then I don't think you can be thinking keep the runs down. You've got to attack and try and get these wickets. Last thing you want is to have KCC being up by 120, 130 and batting the last innings. Still make a game of it if get through these quickly as well.
Rag Kapoor from the pavilion end. Lured into that shot. They've got players out there, but Atiq just didn't get hold of it.
Good arm.
Luke Jones.
So that was the trap. And Atiq didn't get all of it, which meant that he survived.
Yeah. It's been that kind of innings for Atiq, I can tell you.
Went straight to Luke Jones, but unfortunately it bounced quite a way in front of him, sort of just after the 30, well, where the 30-yard circle would be if it was a 50-over game.
It actually moved him just before the ball. He'd come out to like more of a forwards square leg. He was much squarer than the previous over. It's a good field placing.
Moving him in now for Wakas Barkat. He doesn't mind hitting it through that region as well. More attacking, more inside the circle.
Oh.
We haven't seen Haroon. He bowled 3 overs yesterday. Any thoughts on whether Haroon should bowl today?
Like I said earlier, I think if you're going to go with the short pitch tactic, I would have him right up the top of bowling for that. He's quick.
That's going to be
And
4 runs as well. Backward of point, whipped away, and that's the first innings up for KCC. They overtake Hong Kong Cricket Club, move to 155. They are now in the lead by 3.
Well played to KCC.
Yeah, well played KCC.
Particularly a T-kick bell.
7, 56 balls.
Yeah,
I
crucial
think
innings.
this is a really critical part of the game now.
Wakas now going at 100 strike rate.
So this is where, if KCC keep motoring and get 50 in front very quickly, it changes the entire outlook of the game.
You think they'll go for now, or they'll try and consolidate for 10 or 20 more runs?
I think they'll go now. I don't think they've got anything to lose, given where we are in the game and the fact that HKCC will need to bowl them out again today to win the game.
Doesn't look like the easiest pitch to score quickly on as well, which is in their favour.
Right, Kapoor, Wakas just drives it straight back to the bowler.
But it's just important for HKCC not to let KCC get away with it here, I think. Get too far ahead. Because I wouldn't want to be blocking for a session after tea today.
No.
Trying to defend the innings defeat.
I don't think we're going to see 23 more wickets fall today, but 13 is possible, depending on what score KCC can move to. Soft hands, but can't beat Gully.
And it happened 2 years ago, a similar kind of situation where it was pretty even after day one. Jamie came out, scored a big 100 very quickly, put HKCC right on the back foot, and KCC ended up bowling HKCC out in a very entertaining game, particularly enjoyed by Kowloon Cricket Club.
Kinshit Shah coming on to bowl.
Captain bringing himself on from the bowling green end.
I wonder if they'll change it in up from the pavilion end as well.
Maybe Luke will bowl. He knows. Got to try something. Or Rag will continue. We'll see that next over, but Kinshit, you can see him on screen now, the captain for HKCC Premier, coming into the attack for the first time. This partnership between Wakas Barkat and Atiq Iqbal on strike, now up to 20.
Taking a leg stump guard here, Atiq.
He takes it, but then he shuffles. So
yeah.
It doesn't really matter where he puts his bat down.
Unconventional. I think that's what they call it.
Keeps the bowlers thinking. Kinshit drops that one a little bit shorter onto the leg side for a single. Wakas Barkat on strike, far more traditional take strike and action. They've got a deep point and a deep mid wicket hovering and a long on. It's guided through gully.
Good shot actually. Just open the face slightly. Gets himself one.
Kinshit got applause from the keeper there, Jakir, but I think you're right. It was all deliberate, all wrists.
It's a good line though. Just that fourth stump. Make him think about.
Shorter and faster onto the thigh pad. Goes nowhere.
He'd have to be thinking Atiq's thinking about Poole here, isn't he?
He's not even batting on leg stump. He's batting outside leg stump.
Very solid there from Atiq to end the over. Oh, 1 ball to go.
Come on, Harry.
Apologies.
Wants to get to lunch quickly.
Oh. Well played, actually.
That was tossed up and much slower.
3 dots to end the 47th. KCC now in front by 5. They're 157 for 7. See how far outside leg Atik is batting there. You can see all 3 stumps, and then he comes across and defends.
Not a big step across, though. He probably ends up just on leg.
Has a huge stride. He's a very tall man.
He is, yeah.
I assume you two will be attending the lunch today, since you've got the blazers on for Hong Kong Cricket Club.
We will be. Looking forward to it. Always a good show at KCC.
Starts well. I've heard rumours it can get a little messy as the afternoon goes on.
I don't need a luncheon at KCC. Make my Sundays messy.
I think it's your first one as well, isn't it, Connor?
It is, yeah. Been upgraded this year.
Lovely. A debutante.
Yeah. I think I came last time 2 years ago.
Yeah, but you stood on the edge.
Had to sit outside, yeah. No one would let me in.
That's me.
Yeah.
And sit there and wave as all the suits walk past.
Ash puts up some flowers or some bushes, which are actually up there now on the balcony.
Is that the designated stop zone?
Yeah, to stop
the peasants, like myself.
Visitors coming in.
There we go. Ragi is continuing. They're not going to make a change from the pavilion end. First ball, another dot. Now chat with his captain. They're continuing, trying to lure. They've got those 2 waiting out on the boundary.
They've set mid on and mid off back here as well. I think they're probably thinking, as Harry was saying earlier, that KCC will go after it, yeah?
Oh.
Well bowled.
Chopped out down to point. Shiv does the fielding.
So the sun is trying to come through the clouds as well. This is an ominous sign for HKCC as the flat starts to, the deck starts to flatten out.
It does seem to be, well, most of the runs have been scored today is just when they're given width. As soon as they're bowling stump to stump, this seems to be much harder to score. Oh.
Try to get that around the corner. I'm not sure if he got much on it. We'll find out from umpire Venkat. It was a bit of glove, was it?
Yeah, giving us runs.
Umpire Venkat, Matt Rosley's favourite umpire.
A little bit of controversy with umpire Venkat at the end of play yesterday, but everybody's friends again. Notice they've put extra white boarding up to the side of the sight screen, so we don't have the issue again today of people walking up that staircase. And so the question is, will KCC try to power to lunch or just trickle to lunch and eat up more overs and more time as the pitch dries out? We will see. Well, that doesn't look like he's going to be waiting around, but he could be caught here, and he will be. There's no way in the world. Nazakat's dropping that one. And that is the end of Atik Iqbal. He is out for 38.
Well batted Atik.
Yeah.
Very important innings.
That was a very, very slow ball there from Rag, which did the trick.
He's still practicing his shots there at Atik.
Interesting cricket that you don't normally expect to see in Premier League, Hong Kong Premier League. Maybe Sunday Div 2. But certainly not Hong Kong Premier League. That was, I think, probably a delivery at about 20 miles an hour, which Atik tried to hit into Cox's Road, which he spooned into the air and was caught very comfortably by Nizkat at mid-off.
Not sure the practice shots were any better than the shot that he played.
Normally when people get out like that, they practice a forward defence, but Atik continued to play the shot as he walked off. That was
it seemed like he was swinging harder in the practice shots afterwards.
I think that's the point. He was like, I didn't hit it hard enough. I need to practice how I should have smashed that into over the sight screen. And instead of just popped it up to Nazaka. So he's gone. Big innings for KCC and also leading scorer now on 38. And that will bring Dan Pascoe to the crease.
It's actually a really important wicket for HKCC, that. Atik, having faced more than 50 balls, if he get another 20-odd runs there, then it starts to grate into the mind. But getting him out there and then new batsman in, try and run through these last 2 wickets.
That's the second time this morning Rag Kapoor's managed to lure a KCC player into a false stroke and just get it the sky up. So it's good bowling from him. He's now got 4 for 27, you see on the screen. One wicket. He's really done well from the pavilion. Grounded it away, trying to lure into big shots. Now 2 more wickets remain.
I think this format sometimes suits certain players, and I think Rag's the type of stump-to-stump bowler that this format probably suits.
All right, on the toes, had Dan Pascoe dancing there. Good first delivery.
I think he may have been expecting a short ball there, so it's a good Yorker first up.
Good Yorker.
Dancing Dan on the first delivery from Rag Kapoor. 1 ball left in the 48th.
Oh,
well bowled.
Got it to pop up a bit as well. A bit more extra pace. And that ends a very successful over for Rag Kapoor and Hong Kong Cricket Club, removing the night watchman Atiq Iqbal. This is that final delivery.
yeah, he's
So if we get to a stage where we're 9 down at 11:30, will they extend the session?
Literally just sent Director
There you
Nitesh
go.
Hamlani
Ahead
over
of
there to
me.
get the rules. If we lose 10 wickets, at what time do we go to lunch? If there's 9 wickets, when do we extend?
I'm just looking up at the lunchroom now. Good to see Rory Keynes, the captain of cricket, having a pre-lunch snack up there.
yeah.
He took
It looked like a big breakfast. That
It did,
I
didn't it?
don't think that's a snack.
I think we're due to eat in about an hour.
3 courses as well. He's probably ordered the fish.
Continuing here, can't get through. Hit hard by Wakas Barkat. I see both morning first hour commentators have made their way up there. Afzal Haider also getting ready for lunch.
It's a fairly defensive field there. So we've got a deep forward square leg and a long on, mid-off's back and a deep cover. Looking to give Wakas one, I guess, and attack Pascoe.
Certainly runs to be had. Singles. Gives himself some room. Makes Shiv do some work. It's good arm, but Wakas quick between the wickets.
Yeah, same field. Not really sure. Oh no, they brought long on up. Would have thought they'd be a little bit more attacking than this. I know he's still a decent bat, Pascoe, but just before lunch.
Well, I'm just getting all those computations of what could happen if a wicket falls or 2 wicket falls, and I can tell you I'm confused. I'm not really sure. There is the option to extend to midday, depending on what time, and there's also the chance of, if 2 wickets fall in the next 10 minutes, there's a chance of an innings change as well.
Okay. Yeah. 10-minute changeover, you get 10 minutes of that. Last thing you want is an opening batsman.
Kinshit. Dan comes forward, smothers the ball. What time's your lunch start? 12?
12, I think. Yeah.
So you guys can stick around until whenever it's done, surely.
Of course.
Well bowled. Well played as well. Certainly haven't looked to change it up in terms of run rate here, Harry. They look pretty content to get through to lunch and work it out from there, it seems.
Yeah.
They've actually batted less overs than HKCC did. It was about 53 overs, I think. The first innings, was it? Let me check on my little computer here. Yeah, into the 54th. So 53.4 overs HKCC batted. So KCC's run rate's slightly higher, but not much. Rag's going to continue. He's getting the wickets, so why wouldn't he?
Quite a long spell for Rag. Wonder how many more he's got in him.
Kapoor over the wicket to Wakas Barkat, who's launched him.
Whack.
That is gone for 6 and almost hit a very small child walking around. Are they behind the nets? I hope they are, because that went very close.
Good shot.
Slightly longer part of the boundary there, but he cleared it easily. Have a look at the replay in the slot.
Probably the first one he slightly overpitched this morning. Yeah.
Got a bit inside out on it, but
Yeah,
Good shot.
was. Wasn't the worst delivery, really. Slightly overpitched, but good shot.
Or again, this one, lure him
That's
into it, but
6.
just way too big. That's what they were trying. They had Luke Jones there, ready for the catch, but it just soared over his head. And back-to-back 6s from Wakas Barkat.
That was a comfortable 6 there. He didn't really try to hit that hard at all. Great shot.
See the replay there.
Whack. That's a good shot.
That one's going in the highlight reel for Wakas Barkat.
Just as I said before, they hadn't really looked to change the gears. Now, if you just look at the way that Wakas is moving around the crease on those 2 balls, seems like he's going to try and put the pressure on Rag here.
Rag gone for 2 6s to start with, then strays down leg side, but in the 2-day format, no wide, left alone.
Great to see that. No leg side wides.
That angle, I think, trying to lure him into that shot again, but this time Wakas just let it go. Rag again. This time offside, whip through, another 4 there. Not even bothering to run Wakas Barkat. He knew that had gone straight to the boundary.
That was well timed. Played that late. Slightly short, slightly wide. Just used his hands to time it.
He's losing his length a bit this over, Rag.
KCC 23 ahead.
4.
That's another 4.
Wow, this is getting really expensive for HKCC. That's 20 runs off the first 5 deliveries of the 50th.
So after Connor saying at the beginning of this over he hadn't seen a change of gears, Wakas.
Commentators curse for HKCC.
telepathically.
Not sure that's a curse. I think I'm just predicting things.
Well, we had that yesterday. Everyone claiming they were Nostradamus. Simon Willis and Matt Botfield both thinking that they were geniuses because something happened after they called it. And now it's your turn, Connor. You get the Nostradamus.
Be pretty
title.
happy to call a wicket here, I think, for HKCC if I can.
I'm going 4.
Well, if it is a wicket, just drop the microphone and walk away.
Oh dear.
Oh, almost.
Zarkat doing the fielding, so he gets a single and will retain the strike for the 51st. 50 overs done. KCC 180 for 8, leading by 28. Pulling by a 21 run over there. Rag Kapoor was looking great. Rag Kapoor was 4 for 27
Before that over, yeah.
before that over after 14. Might have gone just 1 too many overs. Is that Haroon warming up down there?
Yes, that is.
Might see a change from the pavilion end. Kinship will continue from the bowling green end. As we creep towards lunch, 16 minutes away, unless wickets fall. But 5 more minutes, and then there won't be an innings change at least before lunch. I believe 11:19 is the cut-off. Kinship to Wakas.
Oi.
You're right, he's moving around a lot in the crease.
He does that quite a bit in the Premier League games. I remember.
Whacked and get that single.
I remember watching him at HKCC late in an innings, and he was batting behind the stumps. It's unbelievable. Still hit the ball for 6. I can't even hit the ball if I'm standing in front of him.
I was going to say, what happens if you stand behind the stumps?
Out.
Forward and defends Dan Pascoe. I think he'll just play the anchor role here. Barkat going 38 off 31.
Yeah, I think they've definitely got defined roles here.
It's good cricket from KCC, really.
Well, Dan can do this all day.
Yeah.
He just wants to get through to lunch, I'm sure. Over the wicket for Kinshit. Drives that
Tossed
one
up a bit, outside off.
You can see here with mid on and mid off back, obviously it's quite difficult to put your hands through the ball when it's straight. Normally if it's a bit easier, then those guys would be up to save the single, but obviously it looks pretty difficult to punch one down the ground and take one.
I think they'll be happy, KCC, if Dan just survives this ball. Wakas will take the strike next over, and he does. 1 run coming from the 51st. KCC 181 for 8.
Haroon has rushed up to mark his run up here.
Eager.
Looks very keen.
He only bowled 3 overs yesterday. They were quite expensive. 3 overs, none for 20. Even with that 21 coming off Rag's last over. Haroon has been the most expensive by far at 6.67. Everyone else has just hovered in the 3s. Apart from Kinshit. Bowled 3 overs, none for 4.
Slight field change to put fine leg back. Obviously with a quicker bowler at backward squares. Probably not as much in the game, so fine leg goes back. Still got a deep...
I know he's going to deep square now.
Yeah, deep forward square.
And Kinchit's at quite a straight mid-wicket there.
Here we go, Haroon Ashad back into the attack for HKCC. To Wakas Barkat.
Oh.
Fast outside off. Wakas played over the top of that one.
It's a bit slow, that.
And Wakas stretching.
Oh, yeah, he has played over the top of it. It's died before it's hit Takir as well.
Wasn't much footwork from Wakas. Just sort of lunged at it and played over the top.
I think he's thinking 6 every ball here, Wakas.
Haroon Ashad again.
Well bowled.
Fast outside off this time. This one carried all the way through.
Yeah, that was significantly quicker.
Point goes back.
Two dot balls to begin with. Here's the third. Right on the toes.
Well
Chopped out. It was right on the money too. Would have taken off and middle.
Clever bowling, mixing up his lengths a bit. Obviously, he's worked out what Wakas is trying to do. Well, that's really well bowled. That's right in the crease.
Much better start from Haroon in his second spell. 3 completely different balls. A slower ball, a fast outside off, and then that one right on the toes. What's he got for number 4? Driven. Can't get through the infield though. Well fielded. It was hit hard. Rag Kapoor there. Bit of a stinger in the hand, but he stopped it as he should have. Good over for HKCC heading into lunch. Keep the runs down. That lead just 29.
He's got a long run up, hasn't he?
It is.
Short boundary, he's almost back on the ropes. Here he goes. Bit of tip and run from Wakas to get the single.
Very good cricket there from Wakas. 4th ball of the over. 5th ball of the over. Takes a single. Pascoe has to face out one more. Takes the strike for the next over. was just thinking that run up, Connor. How many overs do you think you could bowl with that run up?
We've got about 3 balls in here, I reckon. Off that. He's running it hard as well,
Yeah, I know.
Haroon. Looks a bit fired up. Obviously wants to make a difference.
I honestly, I'm not sure if I could finish the over. I think I'd put a hammy on the 3rd ball.
What's Ayush bowled 17 overs at his... Well, they say like 6 times your body weight goes through your heel when you're a fast bowler.
I wonder how many steps he does, because I do 22,000 a game standing at slip.
Wandering around stressing him out. Field placements.
Comes in again.
Ooh,
Gets
shot.
whipped
Good
around.
shot.
But just a single, so Dan will... And had to scamper. I think Pascoe forgot that Luke Jones has got a rocket arm and had to scamper in, but he gets the single to end. 2 runs off that over. KCC now 183 for 8.
Luke Jones must be literally the only fielder who thinks he can hit the stumps from 60 metres away every single time.
Although, didn't you do that earlier in the season? From 40 metres.
I didn't think I could hit him though. It's a difference. Some running repairs for Adil. Oh no, he's thrown away the tape.
He's going to have to get some work done at lunch, I think. Still, that webbing between thumb and forefinger, I think, is split.
Magic tape.
Don't know what you do. When you ever get that bit cut, I don't really know what you can do. You can't use your hands. Anyway, Kinshit continuing, been miserly so far, and there's going to be a chance of a run out. They get through.
That's good running.
It is.
Deep set to, if you hit it to just either side, that's always should be
Good cricket
one
there
really.
from KCC.
That's a single Dan was looking at the last over from Kinship, but it was right at the end of the over, so they didn't bother to run. This time gets a run immediately. Brings Wakas back on strike. 39 from 36, 5 4s and 2 6s so far. And he's lofted that over the infield. How far has it gone? That's the question.
Far enough.
Kinchit tossed it up.
There it goes,
Looking
2
for
hands.
that shot, or a
6.
full shot, and it's a good shot there from Wakas.
He didn't really overhit it.
No, he didn't try to hit it too hard. It was a really good shot, actually.
It's a long boundary down there, but he's just played through it.
Yeah.
Elegant.
Good balance.
Into out again.
Yeah.
Well, they have the long on down there waiting for that catch, so he's decided to turn himself inside out and target over the top of mid-off, and did it well.
Made it look a lot easier than that shot is to play.
Now they're ball chasing and put long off back as well. Leaves mid-off open. Back to the dot balls from Kinshit.
Good bowling that from Kinchit though. Didn't try and bowl the fast one, darted in. He kept the slower pace, tossed it up a bit. That's what we like to see with our off spinners. Loopy. Get the ball above the eye line. Let the ball spin.
Loopy.
Don't try and bowl it too quickly.
Loopy being the ball, not the bowler.
Most off spinners are a bit loopy though.
Yeah, that's true.
One in particular. Well bowled.
That's good. I'd be a happy captain at slip if I saw that.
1 ball remaining in the 53rd. 6 minutes, probably 2 more overs after this before the lunch break, unless there's a wicket. It's driven, no interest in a single there, so that will end the 53rd over. KCC 190 for 8. They lead by 38.
Good little partnership here since the wicket of Ateek. 32. Very handy 32 runs. Wakas has raced to 45.
Just put the partnerships up for us there, Zishan. We'll have a look. There's been some good little partnerships at the end for KCC at the moment. As Haroon Ashad gets in place. Quickly put up the partnerships. As we're about to start the over, that you can see. It's been a 34, 23 and 32 right at the tail for KCC. Very handy.
Very handy.
And Haroon Ashad will continue. Good first over in his second spell. On the toes again. Dan just chops it out to mid-on.
We're looking to get a wicket here. 6 balls at Pascoe. This is what Haroon would have been wanting.
So there's probably 12 deliveries, or now 11 deliveries left. Perhaps we'll get a third over in. Target Dan. But by no means is Dan a number 10, even though that's where he's come in. Shuffling around the batting. And even Jay Davidson coming in at 11 can hit runs.
Jay's a very good batsman.
Big squabber.
A Namibian nightmare. Now Haroon Ashad.
Oh, that was a quick one.
Dan looked to play that around the corner, but look at the replay here.
Completely lost sight of that one.
I thought he hit it to start with.
Same. Maybe did it nick the helmet?
Could have come off the top of the helmet. I thought I heard a thud.
Yeah.
So I was expecting to see it somewhere out behind Shiroi at square leg, but then all of a sudden it appeared in David Jakir's gloves. Anyway, good delivery. And it's been a much better Haroon Ashad on Sunday.
Oh, well bowled.
Not a lot of movement for Haroon, just pace straight through.
Bowling quite quickly, isn't he?
He is.
Steaming in.
Good to see.
Wakas giving him some tips on his landing zones there.
Good to see on a lovely Sunday afternoon in Kowloon. Sunday morning. Still Sunday morning, isn't it? Been up so early.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a long day. 8 a.m. start for us here. Here's Haroon.
Oh, lovely.
He has beaten everything there, not far away from that off stump.
That's a great ball. Looks like it just straightened off the seam there. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Nipped away, too good for the batsman. Not many batsmen are getting a nick on that.
Realised I've misplaced my Red Bull. It must have been missing since drinks because I've put it somewhere else. It's a disaster, but we are only, what, 2 minutes away from the luncheon interval, so we will only get one more over after this. Might even not even get through this. Haroon got halfway through that mile-long run-up and pulled out.
Haroon wants his lunch, I think. It's extended out for 2 or 3 minutes.
Get the shoelaces.
How many overs have we had this morning so far? 25?
That's a good question.
Oh, that was quick.
Good hands by Jakir there.
Running down leg side, well followed.
Not above the shoulder, so he's still got another short one, you reckon, Harry? Or
I think it's a bit of a waste of a ball. I'd rather see him either going out the stumps or trying to nick him off at this stage before lunch.
not very Australian, eh?
No, I'm English.
Yeah, there's got to be a short one at his,
Yeah.
at his head. It's not really the point to get him out.
No, we don't care about winning, just about hurting.
Yeah, annoy him before lunch. Final delivery.
Good ball.
Is full punch, but Dan can't get any on it. And that's another maiden in the books. 190 for 8. 1 over to go before lunch. I would expect it's 11:29.
As the camera pans to the balcony.
You can see the members and
Dignitaries.
Urji Shroff there, talking to our early morning commentator, Afzal Haider.
This is good to see. Nizuka, I would definitely have bowled something silly in this over. You've got to, even like Martin Kitsia on.
I've been calling for Nizzy to bowl all Premier League, and now we're going to see him 1 over before lunch. Probably take 2 wickets before we even get to the end of the over. Could do anything here, but he's got Wakas on strike. Wakas could do anything. He's up to 45.
This is why it's a good move, whether Wakas just still goes after him. He's kept mid. No, he's put mid off back now.
I'll need to check, but I'm sure this is the first time we've seen him bowl since All-Stars.
There.
Starts with a dot.
Still looking to score, Wakas.
Yeah, he's not going to die wondering.
That certainly came off the middle. It's well fielded. deep mid-wicket hovering and also a deep point.
Oh, quicker.
That's what he can do. Off a few steps, it's almost medium pace at times, and then floats one later on, mixes them up.
He's just got that ball in him, that wicket ball in him. He's a cat. The odd drag down, but I think he always seemed to think a wicket's not that far away.
I think that from now on, Wakas will just try to dot ball this out. 3 balls remaining before lunch.
Oh, well
Came
bowled.
forward, just pushed it around on the leg side in the end, inside edge.
2 balls.
Yep.
2 balls before lunch.
He's given it to Dan to dot out.
Unless he gets a wicket, in which case I think they'll extend the session.
I'll have to go to the rule book there. Everyone's very hungry. I'm not sure Sharoy's ready to go
You can go
another
to-
29 minutes before
You can go to
he
the rule
eats.
book, I'll go to lunch.
Exactly. You two are leaving no matter what. I'll be sticking around until we walk off the pitch. Here it is. 2 balls.
well bowled.
What was that? Was that an off spinner or was that a...
I think it's an arm ball, just went straight on. Have a look at the replay. Got time.
No,
No.
leg spinner.
Yeah.
Like,
Actually, he's turned that.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, that is lunch here at Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong 2-day Premier League. 191 on the board for KCC. They lead by 39 with 2 wickets in hand. We say thank you and goodbye to our second hour commentators, Connor Hickey and Harry Florey. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for having us.
And we will take a break now. Be back at around 12:10 p.m. with all the action for the afternoon right here live on Cricket Hong Kong Facebook, Cricket Hong Kong YouTube and Kowloon Cricket Club YouTube. We're off to lunch. We'll see you on the other side. It's hiding behind Sharoy Vasher. I think they may have taken your advice, Afzal. There's no mid-on in place. I can't see in under the trees at Fine. Here comes Ayush. And that's whipped away again towards our commentary position. Bang! Into the that he's been flirting with and got again straight out of the middle. Back-to-back boundaries for Atiq Iqbal.
Yeah.
Feel like he's living dangerously, but he's having a good time. He's up to 22 now. Another big swing.
Trying to get wacky in front.
Drift. Very nice.
Surface.
Actually looks like a pretty good wicket.
It does.
Haroon should bowl today.
Well, like I said earlier, I think if you're going to go with the short pitch tactic, I would have him right up the top of.
Kapoor over the wicket to Wakas. Got a bit inside out on it, but
Yeah,
Good shot.
wasn't the worst delivery really. Slightly over pitched, but good leg side wides.
that angle, I think, trying to lure him into that shot again.
Losing his length a bit this over, Rag.
KCC 23 ahead.
There we go. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for this, the Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League game between KCC and Hong Kong Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you. We've just finished the lunch break, and at the moment KCC are in control. They lead by 39 in the first innings. Still 2 wickets in hand. Wakas Barkat out in the middle, 46 at the moment, off just 45 deliveries. Dan Pascoe out there helping him out. 2 runs off 19. And we have a very special guest commentator today for the afternoon session. It is the new KCC recruit, I've been told, recruited, Yasmin Daswani. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Great to be on board with you today. It's a great day for some cricket, and I'm looking forward to seeing the guys go out and play.
You'll be on this special analysis, watching the replays for us. And coming off a big 78 yesterday in Saturday Championship for KCC Saracens. It was a big day.
It was just a shame not to get the win in, but it was a really good game, really closely contested, and CCC did well to get the win in the end.
We've been racking the records, and we think that's possibly the highest score by a female player in Saturday Championship, but we'll have to check the books on that one. So we'll talk a bit more about that. We've got to get through the third hour session. Haroon Ashad, ball in hand. Wakas Barkat on strike. We're ready to get underway after lunch. Strays down leg. Wakas was looking to push it around the corner, but got nothing on it. The slip in place and a bit of a gully. It's not really attacking. They've still got Luke Jones lurking on the ropes for that pull shot. Backward square leg. Very wide, fine leg. And I think there's one out there at deep cover, deep point as well. Haroon Ashad again. His spell this morning was very good. That's whipped away, but that will be picked up by that player, we're saying, just sitting out there on the ropes. So have you caught much of the two-day game so far? I know you were playing yesterday, so you couldn't watch Yaz, but have you caught any of it yet?
I've just, as you said, I was playing mostly yesterday. I was watching some of it this morning. It's a really good contest so far, and KCC look like they're doing really well at the moment.
Well, as the new recruit for KCC, there's no
There's
point
no bias,
asking
yeah.
you asking which team you're supporting today.
Guess I've just moved across from HKCC,
Yes.
so I've got friends in both at the moment.
Friends and enemies, perhaps.
What's been the highlight?
So far, well, it's been good bowling and good batting. No real big scores. Ange got a 52 yesterday. Well fought 52. And at that point in yesterday's game, you thought HKCC had this in the bag. They were 2 for 111. KCC couldn't find a wicket, and then all of a sudden found 8 for about 41.
And what's been the shot of the game so far for you?
I like that Wakas 6 off his his Montgomery bat. Telling me all about it. He just worked it inside out, the long boundary down towards the bowling green. Beautiful stroke. He's hit 3 sixes already. Dan Pascoe on strike, just the 2 runs so far. Haroon's put that in very short, and it's called wide.
Wakas is one of my coaches, so I'll be paying close attention to his batting, so I can ask him for tips later.
Wakas is in charge of giving me a hard time. That's what he does best here at KCC. Commentating on the weekends for KCC, or up there recording the podcast. Always likes to give me a hard time. All fun and games. And the professor, Dan Pascoe, did the job with the ball, got 3 wickets on a pitch that really isn't spinning. He's now got the willow in hand. He's got that fine. That's going to be 4. Raced away. Haroon Ashad's far too fast for that to be cut off the thigh pad. No glove on it, but 4 runs in the books.
No, that was a good shot, well placed. I think he got bat on that, didn't he?
I thought he did, but the umpire has signalled leg byes. Either way, 4 runs in the book for KCC. And that's just the speed of Haroon Ashad. I had the fielder screaming around. It might be a Yush down there trying to cut that off from where he's hiding near the scoreboard, but a long boundary doesn't matter when you're bowling at the speeds of Haroon Ashad. Good over so far for KCC. 6 off it so far. So we've got to figure out the game plan from here, Yaz. How much does KCC want to put on? Do they bat until they're all out, or do they declare now that they've got the first innings win?
I think probably they want to bat it through. I was being told that so that play goes on until 4:30, but I guess they'll run out of time if they don't try and put on a big score as quickly as possible, and if they want to go for the win.
We can do an extra half hour because of the early start, so it can push through to 5, but I agree. Just keep batting the way they are, get runs on the board, and see what wickets fall. This morning when I was talking to Mr. Montgomery, Afzal's hider, he thought all wickets were going to fall today. He thought we were going to see 24 wickets fall today and have a result, but I can't see that at the moment. It's possible.
It doesn't look like the ball's doing too much off the pitch either. It's not really swinging around much.
No reverse swing. We're in 56th over now. This time, the slower bowlers got the wickets for KCC, the type Dan Pascoe. But they're persisting with pace, HKCC, and it looks like Ayush, who's bowled quite a few overs already, 17. He's going to bowl again from the bowling green end.
Do you like a Dan Pascoe celebration? Did you see any of those today when he got his wicket?
His wickets were yesterday, and well, there was one that I don't think the delivery was what he meant, but he managed to get the wicket anyway, and he just got a wry smile. Depends. He was happy to get the wicket, but I don't think he was impressed with the delivery. Somebody on yesterday's commentary was asking, I think it was Isaac Poole, asking why Dan has a towel out the back of his pants when he bowls, and the answer is because he gets sweaty. I asked him at lunch. Ayush Shukla, 17 overs, 4 for 54, 6 maidens in there. It's big edge, it's gone through third slip for 4.
Be interesting to see that one on the replay.
That's the 200 up for KCC. 49 in front now. And 50 for Wakas. Edging it through third slip. Doesn't matter how he gets them. And then that clever soft hands gets the single. Luke Jones was nowhere near the stumps. Maybe a slight apology there because he threw it towards Wakas instead of the stumps.
He was quick on the pickup though.
One of the best fielders in Hong Kong, no doubt, and also throwing it at one of the best fielders in Hong Kong, no doubt, Wakas Barkat. Both of them like to sit in point. At the moment, Luke's at cover because Shiv's now the point man for HKCC. Yush was bowling really well until Atiq Iqbal decided to hit him for 4 straight 4s. And that's why he's now 4 for plus 50. He was doing a lot better than that. You'd say now probably Rag Kapoor's the pick of the bowlers for HKCC, but it's between these two getting all the wickets. They've both got 4 for. That was quick.
Looks like he's varying his pace quite well. The last ball looked a bit slower as well.
See this one in bright sunshine here at KCC. Dan was not interested in it at all. He just watched it fly by. Fourth delivery now for Yush. That's hooked around a corner. Has it picked the gap? It has, because both fielders are not even bothering to run for it. Very nice stroke, Dan Pascoe for 4.
Great shot there from Pascoe. He picked the length early, was quick on that to the shorter boundary.
Wasn't as far outside wide as I expected to start with. That's how he got it a bit more fine behind square, and it was a very nice stroke. What's Yush got now? He's been expensive this over so far. Puts an effort ball in. He was unlucky that first delivery because they have had 3 slips in at times, but not this over, and Wakas survives that one and got a boundary, got his 50 up. And the tail end really wagging for KCC. Final delivery, the 57th. Lots of room on the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. No, Wakas will retain the strike and keep the strike. No, Dan will take the strike. That's the end of the over. 57 done. KCC 207 for 8. They're 55 in front now. See there, Yaz. This is now the biggest partnership of the innings. And they've had some good ones. All those first ones was Sunny. He batted almost all the way through to stumps last night, getting out in the second last over. In controversial circumstances, we should say.
What happened there?
Well, there was some disturbance behind the sight screen, and Sonny was told to hurry up and just bat because they thought there was some time wasting, and got out immediately. And then Azaz Khan at the non-strikers end gave his opinion on proceedings to the umpire, and it went on all afternoon or evening. Haroon Ashad continuing from the pavilion end. Good delivery to first up. Stayed a bit low as well.
It's got some real pace there as well. Just getting the ball to angle in.
At the moment, HKCC just can't seem to find the wicket. What's this partnership up to now? 49. Yes, we saw that on the partnerships. Not far away from a 50 partnership. They need to break this if HKCC has any chance of winning this one, and they're going to have to come out and bat very fast, T20 style probably. At the moment, KCC are quite happy. These two out in the middle. Push behind point, Shiv doing the fielding. Another single. There's the 50 partnership. So, like I was saying, Yaz, it's going to be almost T20 for HKCC when they come out in the second innings. It's not going to have any chance to get set, but the new red ball really moves around, and that's the problem at the moment. This ball 57 into the 58th over. It's not doing much. And the sun shining, drying the pitch out. Still, anything can happen. Wakas Barkat on strike, 52 from 49. Oh, we'll probably make that 50. No, it's Luke Jones fielding. Anyone else that probably was going for 4 and kept it to a single.
It's a great pickup. He's so quick as well onto the ball.
He's quick between wickets and he's quick in the outfield. Fortunately for him this weekend, KCC haven't provided a pitch that's amiable to leg spin, so far at least. Maybe this afternoon, evening, if they're trying to get KCC out, might have a chance. He did say before the game that spin is probably, if you're bowling from this end, where Haroon Ashad is, but of course if you're a spinner, a slow bowler, it's dangerous with that very short boundary. Dan Pascoe on strike now.
Be interesting to see some slower ball variations as well thrown in, because we've seen quite a few short, like quite a lot of short stuff, but not necessarily anything a bit slower. Might be interesting to change the pace up, especially if it's not swinging around as much.
Not sure if it was his first over or second over this morning. Haroon, he did bowl a nice slower ball and beat everything. That's not slower. That's going for 4. Even Luke Jones can't cut that one off. Very nice through square leg for 4. Second time we've seen Dan play really nice pull stroke behind square.
Yeah, that ball just straight and short. He's quick on start again. And a great pull shot.
KCC starting to pile the runs on now. Lead by 61, 6 off this over. 1 ball remaining in the 58th. Dan shuffles back, just gets a dot ball to end. 6 runs off the 58th. KCC 213 for 8. As you might have heard, after a day and a half of commentary, throat starting to go. I think we're up to what, 111 overs now of game.
Done well to be talking that much and for that long.
Well, we did 94.5 last week at Ting Kwong Road for the Premier League, and that was, I had no friends that weekend.
So it's just you.
Just me. 94.5 overs.
Standing up the whole time.
Exactly.
As well.
Yeah. Do my little dance.
Get your steps in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not moving, but just keep myself agile. Sit down there after lunch, I'll fall asleep. Persisting with pace here. Ayush continuing. Popped up a little bit there, but defended by Wakas. So you didn't get an invite to the big lunch upstairs?
No, I don't think I'm quite there yet, maybe.
You and me both. I had lunch with the players. Maybe next year.
We need to get a blazer as well, wouldn't we?
The first 4 people that came in this morning are all up there enjoying their Sunday Fincher Shield lunch. I'm sure it's delectable. Ayush. Oh, it's wrapped him on the thigh pad. Quick.
Just a bit high there, but... Good ball there by Ayush, angling in.
Angled back a fair way, didn't it? Into the body. Bit high and moved that much. Almost was going down leg. Still 2 slips. No third one in. That one trickled through for 4. Swatted. Work to do. Cannot.
Oh.
Diving effort, but cannot cut that one off.
Good effort there.
Another 4 in the books. How's Wakas doing? 6 4s and 3 6s so far. Actually, it could be 7 4s. Look at this one again.
Not much foot movement there, but just swung his hands at it.
We saw that earlier from Wakas. No footwork, just swung the bat. He missed that one that we saw earlier, but that one there got straight out of the middle.
It's interesting because when he's been coaching me, he's been telling me off for doing the same thing.
Do as I say, not as I do. Angry Ayush tries to put some chin music in, but bounces it way too high. It's been called wide. I actually think it might be a bit unlucky there.
No, that looked like it just passed shoulder height.
Yeah, I agree. It's in the books as a wide. 5 off the over. First 3 legal deliveries. 3 to come. Chop down through point. Luke will do the fielding. Bring Dan back on strike. Got that protection for the Dan pull shot with a deep square leg, wide fine leg. Managed to pick the gap between them last time. And there's a paddock through mid-wicket.
Well defended there. From what we've seen so far, you definitely don't want to be bowling short to Dan Pascoe.
He's onto them early. Saw a bit of that yesterday with Sunny Bimsari as well. Tried the short stuff and he was pivoting really nicely. And just in the end, no footwork, tapped it to first slip. 8 balls remaining or something of the day. Doesn't matter, his team's got well in front now, 67 the lead with 1 ball remaining in the 59th.
Oh.
That is one angry Ayush Shukla to end the 59th. 219 for 8 on the board.
Some good aggression there from Ayush.
They're still 21 overs away from getting a new red ball, so are they throwing it to Nazakat? They are. He's going to bowl from the danger end for the slower bowlers. I like it. We were saying just before lunch he bowled 1 over, Yaz. I've not seen Nazakat bowl since the men's All-Stars. Didn't bowl in Nepal. We don't think he's bowled at Scorpion level or one-day Premier League, but he's bowled 1 over before lunch, which was good, and he's now going to bowl from the pavilion end. They've put players down on the ropes, but that boundary is so short it's almost where the 30-yard circle is normally.
Looks like he's been bowling well though, only 1 off his last over.
Yeah, it was a good over, but it was also the last over before lunch, so these two just didn't want to get out, so it was dotting it up. There was no intent to score in that last over. They just wanted to get through safely to lunch, and they did. Okay, so for Wakas, they put the players down long on the ropes, but for Dan, they're pulling them in. Deep extra cover on the ropes. Luke Jones, mid-wicket. That's about it. So they're not expecting Dan to attack. We'll see how that works out. Zakat to Pascoe. And he dots it up. Good delivery.
Dan looks to just be defending anything straight and just seizing on anything short or wide. Interesting to see if he takes it on now that the field's in.
That's a good plan because they've got Wakas going big at the other end. They're putting on a heap of runs. 62 run partnership now. Of course, they've still got Jay Davidson to come out who can hit big as well. I'm sure these two want to get through this first hour of the afternoon session.
Good ball there by Nazakat. Looks like he's getting a little bit of turn.
This is the end. Luke Jones called it then. Up that rough area down the end. Might get it to grip.
Another good ball. Not giving Dan any room.
And again, shuffles back. No run on the offside there. Another dot ball. Dot balls are great, but at the moment, HKCC need more than dot balls. They need to get the last 2 wickets, get out there and bat in the sunshine as the pitch dries out. Short, fast, it's dispatched and got exactly what it deserved. 4 runs, very loose there from Nazakat Khan. Last delivery of his over goes for 4, 5 off that over, 60 done. KCC 224 for 8. I'm not sure what he was attempting here, yes?
Yeah, it was very short, and I think it bounced up quite a lot as well, so it was just there for Dan to hit.
Rolled his wrists over it, leg spin, and popped up. Dan said, "Thank you very much." As you can see the scoreboard.
Might have been trying to turn it a bit more, which is why he pitched it a bit shorter.
Ayush will continue. Saw some aggression at the end of the last Ayush over. don't think it had phased Dan Pascoe at the time. I think it was on strike very much. Very calm, collected man. Wakas on strike now. Cut away just for a single. See the setup outside of the pitch is also starting to dry out. You watch Ayush running in, he's running in so fast, there's dust kicking up before he gets to the umpire, which is umpire Shiroi Vasher at that end.
Good ball there.
Shaped in a little bit as well at the end. It's going through 2 or 3 stumps outside, but then Shakir seemed to take it not far away from the off stump line. See on the replay.
Yeah, Ayush still angling the ball in quite a lot.
I don't think we've seen any reverse swing yet. Too much at least. That one did shape back in off the seam a little bit. Just tried to sweep that around the corner. I'm not sure if he got any on it, but there was a call of catch.
Not sure if he got any on that, but either way, just dropped short.
A little bit of bottom glove, dropped it down in front of Takir, I'm not sure. Hard to tell on the replay, but Dan was looking to put that out through square leg. I think they've removed that player. There's no player out at deep square leg, so they do have a mid wicket. We've seen he's been very strong to anything short, hitting it onto the leg side. That's full. No run there, hit it too hard to mid on.
So Ayush bowling to his field there. Doesn't want to be bowling anything short because we've seen Dan can put that away through square leg. Maybe just inviting him to try and play across the line.
That's why I'm trying to figure out where HKCC are going to get the wickets here. At the moment we're just in a grind. Dots, occasional boundaries, the odd single. That's a huge drive, a well fielded. Is that the captain Kinchit there, diving to his left?
Yeah, very well stopped. That would have been 4, if not.
I like how he got up and was just so relaxed. It's diving to his left, and he gets up and he's just like, nope, I'm going to rub the ball for a bit. Do that every day of the week, he reckons. Leading by example, the captain, Kinchit Shah. Tried to guide that through gully, but there is a gully, so nothing doing. I see the night watchman, Atiq Iqbal, prowling the field. Sitting down there at the bowling green end, walking past the sight screen now. The night watchman for KCC came out last night and then put on a wonderful 38. He's out there for 62 deliveries, 99 minutes, and game changer, Atiq Iqbal. He also took 2 wickets with the ball. But there you can see Atiq Iqbal Rahman on the screen. Oh, it's got through in. There's a cut continuing from the pavilion end.
A good delivery as well, considering the last one that we saw. Just flighting it a bit more.
Saw on the batting card, it has Nazakat Khan as sub taking a catch, but he's not a sub. As you can see, he's bowling. Well, we did have some confusion yesterday with the team sheets because HKCC ticked the wrong players and Rag Kapoor wasn't listed. Very gracious Jamie Atkinson from KCC, the captain, said it's okay, he can come out to bat. So it sort of messed up everything. The man that was listed actually went off and played for the Nomads yesterday and scored about 114. Salhal Malvinkar. So we've had a lot going on yesterday. Mixed up team sheets, controversial wickets. Today's been much more steady, especially for KCC, only losing 2 wickets so far today.
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure how they didn't just lose their 3rd. Watch the replay. A shuffling Wakas Barkat.
He's trying to give himself room there to play. Not sure what he was doing, to be honest.
You can ask him at the next coaching lesson. Almost came off the pad. That's a huge edge. Nice carry through to point. He was lucky not just to roll off his thigh pad back onto the stumps. He was that far down leg. And that is the end of the 62nd. KCC 227 for 8.
I think that last shot as well, looks like Wakas is trying to play it through the offside to give himself room, play it through the covers. Not a bad option to leg spinner, but considering Nazakat's got it on the stumps pretty consistently, it's quite risky.
He's bowled 3 overs, none for 7. It's been very good from Nazakat Khan. Especially, I think he went for a 4 at the end of his previous over. Just checking. This is 1 off that last over. Yeah, there was 5 of the 7 have come off 1 over. Now the 2 overs have just gone for the singles. Are you shining the ball up again? Ready to continue into the 63rd over. Be interesting if we get through all the way to a new red ball. 18 overs away. There's that ball that Dan Pascoe loves. Straight to the boundary for 4. Could not be cut off. He was onto that so quickly. It was short. And you can't do that to Dan Pascoe today.
Yeah, again, quick onto that. He doesn't miss those.
It's right there on his chest height, aimed at his chest. They know what's going to happen, and they keep bowling it to him. And he keeps delivering. He takes 2 steps down this time, but only manages to dribble it to Nazakat Khan at mid-on.
As you said, I think if they're looking for that wicket, maybe time to change it up a bit with the bowling. Nazakat looks pretty effective with the spin, so perhaps bring on some more spinners.
Well, they got Luke Jones, one of the best. Need to do something. Their pace attack. Rag Kapoor got wickets this morning. He got the only 2 wickets, in fact, but haven't seen him yet. They persisted with Haroon from the pavilion end. Atiq Iqbal's just doing a lap of honour as night watchman. He's now down the other end. See him with the ball this afternoon. Is he talking to Adil Mahmood from HKCC, fielding down at fine leg. Gets on the front foot. Can he get it through this time? No, Kinshid got a hand on it. It dribbled through, but more exceptional fielding from Kinshid Shah. Again, that was 4 if it got through.
He just timed that dive so well as well. He didn't dive too early, which could have been easy to do. No, he's excellent there.
Definitely say he's saved 6 runs now. 2 4s crunched his way. Been well saved. Wakas Barkat still going at over 100 strike rate. 60 off 59 on strike now. Again, he winds up. That's going for 4. He's got the gap. More runs. Second boundary of the over.
think definitely probably time for a change up here. The bat is just looking way too comfortable.
What we've said before this session basically is this is not a batting pitch. These two are showing it is as it dries out.
It's a good shot that as well, it was angling in to the batter.
We can see a teak on screen. All good friends. Occasionally there's players that played at one club, moved to another, still friends. That'd be you, wouldn't it? Yes.
Yeah, hopefully my friends at HKCC still see it that way.
I'm sure they do. Unless you score 78 against them, not Hung Si. Ayush, swing and a miss. Rare miss at the moment. To finish off the over, 9 coming from it. KCC 236 for 8.
That one just holding a bit more in the pitch, not angling in as much as the others.
Just got confirmation this is Wakas Barkat's highest score of the season. He had a 51 previously, but now 64. Could be the most important 64 he scored. At the moment, KCC looking in the box seat to hold aloft to the Teddy Fincher Shield. And yes, I was telling you about Teddy Fincher before we came on air. Survived the war in Hong Kong, World War II that was, and then helped rebuild Kowloon Cricket Club after the war, and then opened a cricket shop just over the road at Salisbury Road here in TST it is. Not far from the Montgomery shop, I think.
Do you know if the shop's still operating? Or if
I
it's
don't
not?
believe so. I'm not sure what happened to it. I found a photo of it from the 1950s. It had E.C. Fincher on it. I'm going to get 2 here.
Good running there by those two.
Lead up to 86. This morning commentary, I was talking to Afzal Haider, and he didn't, and others, and they didn't think 200 was possible for KCC, but now they're heading towards 250.
Good ball again there by Nazaka. Batters don't seem to be picking him as well.
He's bowling well. He just needs some help at the other end to put some pressure on. Right on the toes this time. Might have heard us in the background. Atiq Iqbal continuing his lap of honour. Walks past the commentary position.
Oh,
See
nice
it.
field there.
Was that Rag there? Let's get my binoculars out. Yeah. So as Atiq walked past, director Nitesh Hemlani asked me, do you want to see if you can get Atiq on to have a talk? And I said, he always says no. But we asked him, and he said no. Regular occurrence.
Could have run us through his innings.
He could have, but he always says no. Every single time. That's the end of the over. Another good over from Nazaka Khan. The runs continue for KCC. 239 for 8.
Atiq's another one of the women's coaches. We're trying to get him to do a TikTok with us, but unsuccessfully so far.
I've been watching that's the KCC women's Instagram as well, yeah.
It's very entertaining, run by Jen Davies. She's doing an excellent job, but I think all it's missing is just a dance by Atiq. That would be the icing on the cake, really.
Yeah, you just got to tell him to do one, but say we're not filming it and then secretly film it because he won't do it.
I don't know if Atiq is the sort of person to be dancing in secret, but I mean, if he is,
Yeah.
we'll definitely get him.
And I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that the KCC women's team probably happy that November's over. You
Yeah.
can stop drawing mustaches on your face for
Yeah.
Instagram.
We actually upgraded to some fake moustaches the other day, so we had a KCC women's box cricket evening, and someone brought along these furry moustaches. They didn't smell great, but upgrade from drawing them on.
Oh, big top head, flies over the top at first lip. Ange diving, Just check it went all the way, or was it 4? Must have been very close to going all the way. See if we can get a replay on that one. Wasn't far out of the grasp. You can see first slip.
Short there, and Dan Pascoe just throwing his hands at it.
You can see on the replay he practiced it. He wanted to push it through backward point. Instead just skied it over the top of slip. Another 4 in the books.
It's a very wristy shot as well, wasn't it?
And that was what he was practicing again. He wanted to flick it wide of gully. Just got the top edge. This time going around the corner 2 there. Gets cut off this time. Actually, that there, the fielding, and also on this side, I'll say that HKCC are not up in the field at the moment. There's balls going, splitting the field or going to go too far, but you can see them giving up or not even running at times. And you just know that's the energy from HKCC at the moment.
Yeah, it's very quiet as well. There's not much noise on the field.
It's now warm, the sun's out. Had lunch and it's not going their way.
Oh, that looked like a slow ball. That was a good ball.
Like a smothering shot there from Wakas. Again, not much footwork. But still 3 balls remaining in the 65th. Just watches that sail past well wide of off stump. And it's going to get exhausting for the HKCC team as well. Ayush putting in so much effort, running around in the field, the sun's out. And then they've got to come out and bat at some point. As KCC creep towards a lead of 100, currently 92. This one gets through that backward point region, 4 runs again. Wakas was going at 100 strike rate there. It was going to fall below 100, but he just goes, puts a 4 on to pump that strike rate back up again.
He just guided that through.
It was a very deliberate shot. He knew that's the gap that he wanted. This is a very short boundary, straight down to our commentary position. It's easy pickings. You try to cut it off at the gully there, but you can go either side and race down for a boundary. 2 boundaries again this over. 9 runs already off it. 1 ball remaining. Even if he hadn't gone for 9 runs, you'd think we're very close to the end of Ayush's spell after lunch, because it must be exhausting running in that far and that fast and bowling that quick. Who will replace him is the question, as the dust kicks up again. And an absolute paddock on the leg side. Going to run 2. And be happy with that, because that will be 11 runs off the over. And the 250 is up for KCC Premier. 250, that means they're 98 runs ahead. 92 run partnership between these two. That's devastating for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Get down to the tail and all of a sudden this happens. It's dispiriting.
It's very good batting from the 2 of them as well. There haven't really been any chances. There have been some edges, but they've been well clear of the fielders. So they've looked in control the whole time.
I mean, he came out at number 10, but Dan Pascoe is not a number 10.
Maybe you'll be asking for a promotion next time.
Well, I've seen him bat 5 or 6 usually, and so coming out at 10, it's just, I know Atik came out, and they also bat so deep, this KCC Premier team. Zakat continuing. Dan just comes forward to defend. And it's more a matter of where you put Dan in when you've got such a batting lineup. Sonny, Mo, Baba, Azaz, Jamie. And you got Wakas and Atik and Dan. They've still got Jay Davidson to come.
Another good ball there from Nazaket. It's the only one who looks like he's been giving the Basts any trouble.
As I said last over, he just needs somebody at the other end that doesn't release the pressure valve that he builds up. But who is that? Kinshit bowled a bit before. He was miserly was Kinshit, but I don't know how much pressure he was putting on the batters. Luke's always a chance.
Dan Pascoe there standing well outside his off stump, sorry, his leg stump. Giving himself a lot of room there to play through the offside, but Nazaket bang on the money each time.
Both batters batting on leg stump lately. Have to put the clock on Nazaket. He might beat Wakas Barkat's record for quickest overs. I got an 83-second over out of Wakas once. This one has been incredibly quick. Go home after the game and see how long it took him to bowl. Because there it is, it's done. Maiden. 66 overs done. The 250 came up last over and still 250. 250 for 8. A lead of 98. We are going to see a change from the bowling green end. Captain Kinshit Shah, and he's been dispatched. First delivery for this.
6.
It is 6. It is very slowly. Shiroi Vasha puts his hands in the air. Well, that's not a good start. Ayush was expensive, but didn't go for 6.
It's just short there, wasn't it? Short and slow. It's
And
picked up.
they've only got sort of a wide-ish deep square leg, so that area is vacant. And this time watchful from Wakas. Hits the bad balls, defends the good balls. Good cricket. You'll have to talk us through that 78 from yesterday as well, Yaz. Want to hear all about it.
No, it was a good innings. It was good fun. Had quite a few scoop shots in there against Bobby. I think he was getting a bit frustrated, but I was having a lot of fun.
Nitesh Himlani standing next to me, directing. Ears just popped up as soon as he hears the scoop. He loves the scoop. He puts on his Instagram his scoop. You should have been down there yesterday watching. Was that a pretty good clip, wasn't it? 78 off how many?
67, I think.
Over 100. And that was on the turf at Mission Road. That's not a small ground. On the turf here at KCC. That's a faster one from Kinshit. Gone for 8 in 4 balls now. That's the 100 partnership up between these two. That 6 also took us past 100 lead. All coming together for KCC. Soft hands from Wakas there, just deadened the ball down in front of him.
As you said earlier, Kinshit looks like he's quite tight with his lines, but not really threatening the batters at the moment.
And is that going for 4 as well? I've lost track of it, but I'm assuming it is because I
It
went
is
down
straight.
to went straight. I was looking out towards mid-wicket. You sort of swept it, but it went straight down to long on for a single.
Missed out on a full toss there. disappointed.
That's why I was looking out there towards the swimming pool, because that's where I expected it to go. But anyway, another run on the board, end of the over. And KCC after 67, 259 for 8. Lead of 107. So the question is now, the lead keeps getting up and up and up. Is there any thought at any point of declaring even? What would you do if you're captain out there, yes?
I guess at a certain point you'd say maybe try and start playing T20 style, put as many runs on as possible. Probably still go for, bat until you're all out, and then instead of declaring, potentially just try and bat, get as many runs on the board as quickly as possible, and then let the other team come on and bat.
What's that point, do you reckon? We're at 107 lead now.
Maybe a 120 plus, I'd say, 130.
They did bowl HKCC out for 152. And as I mentioned earlier, they were also 2 for 111, so they could have gone 300 if a few shots went their way, but in the end, a good fight back from KCC.
In that case, maybe get a 150, 160 lead, and then...
That psychological double their score.
Exactly. And these two are in now, they're seeing it well, so could probably capitalise a bit more, accelerate a bit faster. I think Wakas definitely is doing that already. As you said, he's striking at over 100, but maybe Dan to be a bit more aggressive as well.
Wakas on his way to 100. I'm sure he'd love one in the two-day game. 80 off 73. Dan Pascoe on strike. The field's a lot tighter for Dan, so maybe that's the wicket they think they can get here with Zakat bowling. But he's looking pretty solid at the moment.
A quicker ball there from Nazaket, almost an arm ball.
They gave him a paddock on the leg side to get a single at the end of the over, and he took it. 2 off it. 68 done. Just 12 overs away from a new red ball. But everyone coming down. Head groundskeeper from HKCC's come to have a look at the pitch, wandering around the outside. Saw him a lot for the Women's International Series up there at HKCC. Did a great job preparing the ground.
It's a great tournament as well. I think you were on commentary for that, weren't you? A lot of commentary for you recently.
It's endless, but I love it, so it's good. Premier League one day next weekend. I think I'm being shipped to Mission Road. Somehow becoming the in-house Pakistan Association Cricket Club commentator as well as KCC. I think KCC's up the hill against Hong Kong Cricket Club again next weekend for the one-day Premier League. But I do believe perhaps Brenton will be calling that one up there, so I'll go to Ting Kwong Road for Pak versus Little Saiwan, which will be great because I hear that perhaps Ahsan Khan will be back for Little Saiwan.
Oh, that's great.
They've struggled without him.
He's got so much experience, just a very good spinner.
And if nothing else, it's really fun to talk to him at half-time, and he complains a lot.
What's his favourite thing to complain about?
Umpires.
Umpires.
Everything's LBW when Ahsan bowls it. Oh, that's well fielded by Kinshit.
It was an interesting shot as well. I'm not sure. It's kind of a lot of wrist on it.
Yeah, again, I don't think there was a lot of footwork. But he got it out of the middle and crunched it. But Kinshit having a good day fielding today, at least. That's cut away. Luke Jones will cut it off, though, on the ropes for a single. So these two in combination, Kinshit and Nazakat, are keeping the runs down. But they are eating up hours of the day, not getting a wicket as the pitch dries out, and these two over the 100 partnership.
Good ball there from Kinchit to close out the over. What are you looking at? Sorry.
Zagat to continue from the pavilion end, and that's been crunched. It's just over the head, but of course that's a very short boundary. And another 6 in the books for Wakas Barkat.
Getting him closer to his 100 there.
I say nothing. He's also on the Australian Devils number. Now he's not, so I can feel safer. He's got off that 87.
He's giving himself a lot of room there, Wakas, to kind of play over the top and play it through the offside.
When he does move his feet, he shuffles a lot and gets a lot of movement to get himself the room. Sometimes he doesn't bother and just uses the wrists, but gives himself some room. And Dan's been doing similar, both batting sort of on leg stump, especially to Nazaka. Big long stride forward for the professor. Combined age of the man on strike and the man with the gloves behind him is exactly the same as Wakas Barkat's score. How about that for a useless piece of trivia? Dan Pascoe's 40, David Jakir's 48, and Wakas Barkat's on 88. Oh, we've got lots of useless trivia coming in then. David Jakir with the gloves on for Hong Kong Cricket Club is older than the Fincher Shield. Fincher Shield is 43 years old. David's 48. And
doing well for 48, keeping.
Yeah, absolutely.
For
That's
so
why I
long.
can't complain at 49 standing up commentating. He's out there doing the hard work. Another over goes. 271 for 8. It's the first big score really off Nazaka, that's 6. Wasn't far off being a catch though. The ropes were set back perhaps 5 metres. Might have been a chance, but it's in the book as a 6. 8 runs off it. 70 overs, so we're 10 away from the new ball. Will KCC declare before the new ball comes out? Will they battle against the Quicks, who have now been a bit exhausted? We haven't seen Rag after lunch, but Haroon and Ayush put in big spells. Dan Pascoe is going at about 50. Happily supporting Wakas Barkat. A huge long stride. I'd finished grade 1 of primary school when the first Fincher Shield was played. More useless trivia that nobody cares about. We get through these grindy overs. Singles here, there, runs, but no wickets. Actually, I think my dad was born the year that the Hancock Shield was played. There you go. I can't stop now. It's just endless useless trivia. Shit, and Wakas just shuffles around and drops it on the leg side. Wound up on that one. It's gone very high though. They come in. I think they left it too late. Is that Nazaka down there? I don't think he caught it early because he was stuck on the ropes when that went up. Had he took off the second that went off the bat, I think he would have got there. Once he realised it was coming his way, he's like, okay, I've got to go, but it just dropped short, and Wakas Barkat survives. Gets another 2.
That was straight up, so that was a good chance for a catch. But as you said, I don't think he reacted to that one. I don't think Nazaka reacted.
I was watching it in the air, and I could see straight down to Nazaka. It's going to be an overthrow here as well. It's getting a bit messy for HKCC. And yeah, he was flat-footed. And it can happen when you're stuck in the field. We're into the 3rd hour of play today.
Maybe thinking about his next over, how he's going to get these 2 out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to have a drinks break here. I think that's done for your session, is it? Yes, you're not going to stick around anymore?
No, I'll stick around to watch for a bit, but thanks so much, Aaron. It's been enjoyable.
It's been fantastic, and congratulations on your 78 yesterday. Congratulations on coming to join KCC from HKCC, and good luck with the rest of the season. Thanks for dropping into comps.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, we'll just quickly run through the batting card there. You can see at the moment nothing has changed since lunch. No more wickets have fallen. Wakas Barkat on his march towards 100. Both faced 80 balls now, Barkat and Pascoe. Bowling, it's been tight from Kinchit and Zakat, but they just can't get the breakthrough at the moment, so won't be a happy drinks break for HKCC. We'll be back on the other side of the drinks break very shortly. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League game between KCC and HKCC. Aaron Bush with you. About to get underway after drinks, and we'll have another change in commentary. Yaz has left us, and Jerry Benfield is going to join us for some expert commentary here into this second half of the second session. Oh, and he's beaten him. Kept the back foot down there, Jerry.
Quick hands, quick hands. Slightly quicker ball from Izakat. Oh, a little turn as well. Nicely bowled.
It's good to see some spin there.
And then he's put that one straight down the deck. Well bowled.
I know who will like seeing that ball spin, even though it almost got him out. It's the man on strike, Dan Pascoe. For when he comes out for a bowl. He will continue with the bat. Leaves that one go on. Just a tiny bit of turn. So, Jerry, you've been catching much of the 2 days so far?
I've been lost in children's sport for 48 hours.
I see. I'll catch you up then. At the moment, you can just say KCC is in a very commanding position.
They own the game.
At this point, it's hard to see how they won't hold aloft the Teddy Fincher shield. Oh, popped up, but nobody in close. It's quite had a few of those today.
He's bowling on a different deck all of a sudden. Getting some action from that length. Pop. 2 balls ago, turn. Slightly quicker variation in pace will pay off.
The last hour, talking to Yasmin Daswani, she said the only one that looks like getting a wicket for HKCC has been Zakat. He's been tidy. He got hit for 1-6, but apart from that, none for 20. About to finish off his 8th. But the trouble is, at the moment, there's not really any support. Kinchit's bowling from the other end, but he hasn't looked dangerous, nowhere near as dangerous as Zakat has. And Dan just finishes off the over. A maiden again for Zakat, 72 done. We're 8 away from the new red ball. KCC 276 for 8.
Zakat is certainly doing his job, keeping that tight, asking questions. And if he keeps Dan on strike, that's where the win will come. He's got to play a relentless game. Just keep that ball on the dot, and pray that the man at the other end can exert some pressure on the wristy batsman from the clubhouse end.
Kinchit bowling to Wakas Barkat with his favourite Montgomery bat out there. 92 runs on it already. This partnership now 118. Devastating for HKCC, but good news for KCC, of course. Just watchful there, dribbles it onto the leg side.
He's happy to play on the move, isn't he, Wakas?
Again, Kinchit's been miserly. A couple of lofty strokes has got that runs up to 27, but most of the time it's been dots from him, the captain. Gives himself some room. He's not going to get past Luke Jones, though. And they're not going to get more than a single unless they want to get run out.
But that's the costly one, where he drops a bit short. Otherwise, he's just asking the batsman to play into mid-wicket, no run, into mid-wicket, no run. Drops short. There's a chance of a 4 wide open out there, forward a point.
Kinchit to Dan Pascoe now. He's done this a lot. Comes forward, gets the bat right tucked into the pad, defends for a dot.
He's got a lovely reach, hasn't he, Dan Pascoe?
Comes a long way forward.
Yep. I like it.
And it's forced a change from Kinchit. He's now going to go around the wicket. It's fast fired in. But again, Dan's got the eye in.
Oh, kept it quite low, that ball. Then played that in front of his shin.
Again, Kinchit. And again, defended.
Nice. Bowling well now.
End of the over, 1 run coming from it. 73 done. This looks like they're going to grind it out and get the new red ball. 277 for 8. It's just a matter of when perhaps KCC decide they want to declare.
Do you think they'll go early?
I don't. I feel like these two are just going to bat and grind this game out and annoy HKCC.
Attrition. It looks like there's a lot of runs on offer for the patient batsman.
Well, it's interesting because until that last hour session after lunch, the entire conversation for the first 1.5 days has been, this is a bowler's wicket. It's really hard to get runs, grinding. And then I don't know whether it's dried out a bit more. There's a spin starting to come in, but we had some sunshine. But this morning and so far this afternoon, runs are plenty. Barkat continuing. That's been swatted. It's in the air.
Catch that.
Cannot. 6.
That's again dropping off that length, isn't it? If you drop off that length, you will get punished. Down the ground, swat shot, 6 biscuits. Thank you.
That moves Wakas Barkat to 99.
Oh, glorious power.
He's just judged it well. That's the second 6. He's just put just enough into it. So it's cleared the rope, not a catch. What's he going to do here? Is he going to go for a quick single? He's not going to do anything on that one. Good delivery, comeback ball from Barkat.
Barkat just has to bowl 6 of 6.
See everyone from both HKCC and KCC coming down onto the balcony to congratulate head coach of KCC, Wakas Barkat, on his first ever T22-day Cricket Hong Kong Premier League 100. 17 times he's played. That's his first 100 in the 2-day game.
Strike rate of 116, very steady innings. Relentless pressure built by him on the bowlers, asking questions on both sides of the wickets, asking question in the deep and down straight. Well batted, Wakas.
9 4s, 6 6s, 100 off 86. Basically broken the back of this game now. Dan Pascoe on strike. Thought about a single, but no run there. Just dribbles to mid-wicket.
And that's their go-to point. Just take that single when it's there.
Especially when they get a 6 off the first delivery, then they can just push it around. There's no pressure. Straightens Dan up there, stands upright, heads it back.
And we want that mindfulness from our bowler. That first ball has got to be your best ball.
And dots it out. 7 off the over. 74 done. KCC 284 for 8. Lead by 132.
132. A lot of runs, maybe not enough.
Tough from here though for HKCC to get the runs, get extra runs, and then would need 20 wickets to fall.
Oh, there's a decision.
I think end of the game, is it? Or is it... I'm just going to check whether this is an innings declaration or end of game declaration.
Oh, the umpire's got the stumps out of the ground. Game done.
There it is, the end of the game. Teddy Fincher Shield stays with KCC as the game has been declared, and the first innings win for Kowloon Cricket Club means they retain the Fincher Shield for 2023. A great game of cricket. Jerry, you weren't in commentary for very long, but it was fun to have you here.
I've brought the result in.
Yeah, there you go.
What a fine exhibition from Barkat to take his club down that path, just steady. He hit the ball that was there to hit, but used his feet elegantly to move the ball around when it wasn't there to hit. Such an impressive performance, and his partner at the other end, Big Dan, beautiful feet, balanced batting, played the ideal foil.
It was a great day and a half of cricket, and at point we thought Hong Kong Cricket Club had this in the bag. 2 for 111 on day one. Then all out for 152.
Oh.
Then it was 6 for 101 at the end of play yesterday. We thought 4 quick wickets might fall this morning, bringing on the second innings. But some late resistance from KCC. Night watchman Atiq Iqbal just staying out there, getting the runs. Daniel Bakari was out there for a while, then Wakas Barkat and Dan Pascoe at the end. That partnership of 126, almost the same amount, 152 for Hong Kong Cricket Club, 126 partnership for Pascoe and Wakas Barkat. As I said before, broke the back of the game. We're going to do some post-match celebrations coming up very shortly. Jerry, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Thanks for dropping in for the 10-15 minutes.
It was a pleasure.
Very good. It was going great. And then we called the game off. I'm going to run through the batting and bowling cards, and then we'll get ready for the presentation of the Teddy Fincher Shield. There you can see up on the screen, it is the KCC batting, and what a great job they did do in the end. Mo Khan and Sunny Bimsaria started. Mo didn't quite get away until he was caught by Shiv Mather, but Sunny was out there almost to the end, out the second last over of day one, caught behind off the bowling of Rag Kapoor. Baba Hyatt, huge wicket, was only out there for 12 balls, out for 2, caught behind as well. And it's been a tale that earlier, Jamie Atkinson also caught behind off the bowling of Rag Kapoor. He did a good innings, 30, put some runs on the board. Samad Khan didn't get started. The youngster debuting in the 2-day game was bowled by an absolute peach by Ayush Shukla. And then coming out, Azaz Khan was out there, got out in the last over. In fact, his wickets ended the game yesterday. He was caught by Adil off the bowling of Ayush Shukla. And then the night watchman, Atik, comes out there, stays out overnight, then comes out this morning, 38 off 62 deliveries. It was caught by Nazakat, who I assure you was not the sub, off the bowling of Rag Kapoor, and got the only other wicket this morning of Daniel Bakari, out for 5. And then the 126-run partnership between Wakas Barkat, not out on 100, and Dan Pascoe not out on 35, putting on 284 and basically ending the game. They've called it off. We'll have a look at the bowling card quickly for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Ayush Shukla opening bowling, bowled a lot of overs, 22 in end, 6 maidens, 4 for 92. Adil Mahmood, 12 overs, none for 43. Haroon Ashad, 7 overs, none for 30. Rag Kapoor, I'd say he was the pick of the bowlers in the end, 4 for 48. Got some big wickets, but in the end couldn't get enough. Luke Jones, only the 2 overs, no spin on offer for him. And bowling at the end there, Kinshit Shah and Nazakat Khan, they bowled well, they bowled tidily, but in the end, Wakat's got his 100, and KCC said, well, that's good enough, and Hong Kong Cricket Club agreed. So it is the Fincher Shield done for 2023. We'll be back very shortly with all the presentation.